scrimmage. This is all to this season's decode game. Normal rules apply. We'll get into those rules as we get through our day. The 15 teams competing here are competing to be seeded into an elimination later in the day where we will see 4 teams play 2 alliances head-to-head to win the tournament overall. We've got lots to get to, lots of introductions to make, but we are going to get right to this first game in qualification match number 1. If you're familiar with First Tech Challenge and Excelsior, we're going to run things quite a bit slower today. That's on purpose, and we're going to start by meeting our our teams. Here in qualification match number 1, over with me on the, got to think about this, we don't have the lines on the door. Yeah, Blue Alliance, the Blue Alliance. We've got team 7420. Give it up for our Mecha Spartans, please. And they are partnered from Elmira, New York at Notre Dame High School. It's the N and the D. It's Nuclear Detonation, team 16854. One of the other live voices you'll hear with me today as I host and MC is our game announcer, Mira. Mira, let's meet our red teams, or our blue teams, excuse me.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's team 17222, Crota. Their alliance partner in qualification match number 1 is 6454 Saints.
Saints comes to us from Binghamton, New York. Crota up in Breezeport. This is the decode game. We're going to narrate and guide you through it if you're new to decode. We're going to check in with our referee crew. Let's go to our students first. Are you guys all initialized and ready to go? Solid. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Excellent. Lisa, how we looking? Cool. We're good to randomize. We've got motif number 3. We'll talk about motifs as we get into it. You're there already, Corey. It's looking good. Cool. Just straighten it up there on this. There we go. So our teams are going to play in a 2-minute and 30-second match. First 30 seconds, you're going to see Autonomous is about to happen. Teams, for the first ever match at FLX 2026, let's get into it. In 3, 2, 1, let's decode. Mecha Spartans launches their first ball just a bit outside, connects with 2 more. Nuclear Detonation connects 1 purple up in the red goal. Mecha Spartans harvests 3 off the spike mark, comes back 1, 2, comes short. Will they get a 3rd up before we get down through? Nope, they're going again. Meanwhile, Crota has 3 on board. They go back to the near side shooting zone. 1 up in the blue, 2 up in the blue, 3 for 3 to Crota, the kids from Breezeport. Mira, we're at 24-21, advantage blue as we come out of Autonomous. Over to you, teleop.
As we start the teleop period, 4 of the bots are alive. Looks like Saints is trying to pick up more artifacts to shoot into that blue goal. Crota trying to take these long shots from the small triangle. They're successful. We got some defense back in the small triangle. This game is very heavy in defense as the bots are trying to get their spot to shoot.
And that contact is completely permissible. We are here in the off season. We're all friends here up in Excelsior, but teams will compete pretty hard for these points. 3 points for every artifact or ball that they can get down those classification ramps. Blue out to a 57-36 lead here in qualification match number 1 as we get down to the 1-minute mark. We see Saints coming. They're going to spin up their flywheel. Thumbs up from their yellow 3D printed thumb. They connect 1 to the blue goal, 2 to the blue goal, and 3 to the blue goal. Perfect 3 for 3 from Saints. That's 6454 from Seton Catholic in Binghamton. Mecha Spartans comes up just short. Sends the second one long. Can they dial it in with their flywheel for the 3rd? Nope. We've got now just 36 seconds remaining. Advantage pitch 75-45 to the Blue Alliance. Now 81-45 as they connect with a few more. As we get to 20 seconds, Mira, I'll turn over endgame over to you for parking.
These last 20 seconds are endgame, and the rules in endgame are a little bit different. teams are allowed to expand vertically and lift themselves up so that their alliance partner can drive under them to score even more points. We can see Proto using their kickstand, Saints trying to get that last second scoot into the blue.
I do think Nukedet is up in the air as well. I saw their wheels spinning freely. We'll let the referees go. Yeah, give them a hand. That's match number 1 in the books. Excellent, excellent work. So if you're spectating here in the auditorium or you're watching out there on the live stream, if you're new to Decode, our referees are talking in the backfield about any foul conditions or penalties. Penalties are received by the other alliance. So if blue commits a foul, red will get a bump in points, and vice versa. If red commits a major foul, blue would receive 15 points. So one minor on the Red Alliance for having too many artifacts on the outside. Teams can only have 6 there on reserve. Teams, you can grab your bots, and we're good to go. We'll push that score to the big board as we settle in. For those of you here as audience members or guests of the Corning Museum of Glass, or teams that are not in our first series of matches, one of our specialty robotics hot glass shows is going to start in just about 20 minutes in the amphitheater. That's a 10:30 show. We would strongly encourage all of you FTC teams who have a little bit of flex time on our schedule to go check out that hot glass show. It will be robotics themed. When we're ready, we'll go ahead and push that score to the big board. Ethan or Lisa? And if you are a guest, if you're a visitor, all of you are welcome to go out and meet these teams and ask them questions about their robots and things like that. You guys can explore the pits. Thank you for wearing your safety glasses. Anybody here on the ground floor of the theater must have safety glasses on. If you're a guest, you can return them when you leave the room from the right-hand door.
Something of note as we finished our very first match, our second match will not start until 10:11. Our second match will not start until 10:11. We are taking an 11-minute break for audience members to circle through the auditorium.
FTC teams, if you guys would just have a mind towards some general tidiness on zip ties and wire management, just things on the floor, just look around your areas. Help us keep tidy all day long. We have a score, Ethan? Let's push it to the big boards. Let's see how that first match went. Qualification match number 1 at... We're not seeing it on the big board. I hear it. Let's check the score on the big. There we go. We can turn that down a little bit. Yep, we'll turn that down. Blue wins qualification match number 1, 124-72. So you'll see on the big board there are some numbers in black boxes there. That's what teams are vying for today. They're going to be looking for ranking points as we get closer to our 2:45 stop for the qualification matches. The top 2 seeded teams out of today would turn into alliance captains, and they would build an alliance of 2 teams to play off against each other in a abbreviated eliminations match, best 2 out of 3 to finish our day for our champions trophies. Those trophies, if you've not seen them, teams, are on display at the TARDIS booth just outside. They were handcrafted by the Hot Glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass, so feel free to go check those out. Those will come into play around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
We will take our teams for match 2. That's Suffering Robotics, Enderbots, TARDIS, and Mechanical Meltdown. We will take you on the field.
Logan in the booth, can you hear me? Can you give me about like 10 or 15% more on her? And maybe a little bit more mid and low?
We are currently looking for Suffering Robotics and Enderbots on the field at this point so we can prepare for match 2. Did you guys...
We do want to note that the education lab, the Ed Lab, which is through the gift shop and then take a left, is open. Miss Sue, if you're from Corning or not from our area, you know Miss Sue. She's one of their librarian and education specialists. Miss Sue is over in the Ed Lab making robots right now in a youth-focused activity for probably elementary-aged students. So if you're a guest here or a sibling with FTC, we'd be happy to have you over at the Ed Lab to hang out with Miss Sue. Mira, let's go ahead and meet these 2 teams with you over here on the Blue Alliance.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, it's 12833 Mechanical Meltdown. Their alliance partner, our host for the day, for the weekend actually, it's Team 5356 TARDIS.
And they are playing against, on the Red Alliance, from way downstate in the Hudson Valley, just down north of the city, Team 7486. It's Suffering Robotics. And they are partnered with TARDIS's sister team. It's 5484, the Enderbots, from right here in Corning, New York, sponsored by Corning Incorporated. All right, teams, we're looking for initialization and thumbs up. That's 5 major penalties to you. No, I'm just kidding. Field looks good. Anit's all across on red. Enderbot's good. Anit's over here. Solid and good. Okay, we can give it a second. Again, we are streaming out on YouTube at Excelsior FTC on YouTube or excelsiorny.org. We want to say thank you to Ethan and Tyler behind the scenes and our technical crew here at the Corning Museum of Glass for making it all possible today. TARDIS, thumbs up. Excellent. Head referee Lisa, thumbs up with your team. Awesome. Let's randomize the field if we could, please. We go purple, green, purple. So if you're watching, teams are trying to put balls in that pattern on these ramps. More on that in a second. Mira, nice and loud. Let's go ahead and count it down for the teams.
3, 2, 1.
Let's decode.
TARDIS and Mechanical Meltdown making 5 artifacts into the blue goal. Mechanical Meltdown choosing to empty the ramp and shoot more in.
Meanwhile, we're looking for signs of life from Suffern, 7486 here on the near side as TARDIS shoots a couple artifacts at our field resetters. All right, it looks like ranking points go, or not ranking points, but move points. And away we go into Teleop.
TARDIS emptying the blue ramp and then trying to get to their spot in the large triangle to shoot those 3 artifacts. Mechanical Meltdown trying to pick up more from the blue loading the secret tunnel.
Meanwhile, TARDIS collects 2. They've got an indicator light on the top of their robot. Mechanical Meltdown comes back for 3 purple artifacts, lines up on the near side, shoots all 3, scores 1. Enderbots comes back with their 3D printed hopper. They've got a spring-loaded, spring-activated device that is quite something and deadly accurate when it's on. They shoot all 3 just short. Looks like they were a little bit out of position on their targeting as their human player goes back. They reload in the red human zone. Meanwhile, TARDIS comes back through. They're looking to pick up another artifact with their active intake. They're loaded 3 for 3. They go 1, 2, 3. 1 goes long, but with Mechanical Meltdown, they go 5 for 6.
Both the blue and red goals ramps are full. Let's see if they choose to empty them. Looks like Enderbots chooses to empty the red goal, and TARDIS choosing to empty the blue goal.
Advantage to blue, 82 to 35 here with 45 seconds to go. We do know TARDIS is capable of that end stage lift. I don't know if they plan to lift in this match. They want to share the space in the Blue Alliance base at the 20-second mark with their partners, Mechanical Meltdown. These are 2 teams that know each other very well. Mechanical Meltdown sends 3 up, 2 go down. Enderbots finally connecting over there on the red goal. Here's Endgame. Endgame teams, Endgame. TARDIS takes a shot at one of the Suffering players, lines up in base. Here's TARDIS's lift. Take a look. We'll see if Mechanical Meltdown can tuck a wheel underneath. They do. That'll be a full and partial park, drawing some smiles from the kids here in the first row. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Take a high five. Awesome. Awesome. You guys can go meet that robot at their pits and learn more about it. So for all of you who are guests here at the Museum of Glass, you'll be able to visit with teams in their pits. If you see something that you like out here on field, you can find that robot back at their home base and learn more about it. That's the whole point here of the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. It's a celebration of STEM and robotics. This component, excuse me, this component here in the auditorium, we are part of First Tech Challenge that's based out of New Hampshire. First is a global STEM and robotics program that has tens of thousands of teams and hundreds of thousands of students involved globally. There's about 8,000 active FTC teams around the planet. They are these teams that work on robots like these, microwave-sized, as we like to describe them, on a 12 by 12 field. There's 2 other divisions right now with First Lego League. They'll be up near the admissions lobby. Children of Apollo, team 22251, they are the Finger Lakes champions and are here representing Corning Robotics and FLL at FlexRex. They'll be out near the admissions lobby. You can learn more about First Lego League. And then the upper division in First is FRC, what we like to describe as dishwasher-sized robots on a field approximately the size of a tennis court. And those teams can rip around that court about 35 miles an hour. It's really quite something. We see our referees conferring here in the backfield. Looks like Blue built out a pretty commanding lead. That lift, no doubt, will help them. They've got a full partial. Looks like Suffern has a wheel just out of position a little bit there, Mira, in base, on the red base. But a pretty good match for match 2 here at FlexRex. What are you thinking?
I think it went really well. I do like to note that both the blue and red ramps were full at the end of the end game. And that's important because at the end of end game, based on the artifact's colors, the refs will look at those and they can get extra points if the colors are correct in the correct spots.
All right. Region head referee Corey Lamika's given some final foul details to the teams. So a major on red for shooting outside the field and a minor. 2 minors for loading zone violations. We'll go ahead and lock that score, and once we get the thumbs up from Ethan and the technical crew, we'll be able to push that and report qualification match number 2.
Blue Alliance win. Dang. So we can see that major, that 15 points going to blue, and those 2 minors, each minor is 5 points going to red from blue. And you can see at the bottom where it says ranking points, there's 3 trophies, and that's for if they win the match. And then the 3 other squares are ranking points that are used to rank teams throughout the day, and then they will become alliance captains later.
So for right now, that puts Mechanical Meltdown in first place, 12-8-3-3. They're from Flair, Finger Lakes Area Robotics Experience. They're up the road just a little ways from here in Watkins Glen, New York. They've got an FLL team up there, and MechMelt always in the mix competitively in the Excelsior region. And we're going to cue immediately to our next match. We're going to need West Fulton Firebots and Electric Mayhem up on field, well, it's just the field, not field number 1. And also we're welcoming for the very first time in Excelsior team 21916, Hive Voltage from Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. They're joining us, and we're going to need Robovines as well to come to the field at this time. Step on in, friends. Go ahead and take the field. Hive Voltage, come on around, guys. Mayhem. We've got West Fulton and Mayhem on the red alliance. Hive, you guys are on blue, so go ahead, set up on crossfield. And after this match, we're going to turn things over to our judge advisor, Greg Dick, for a brief interview with Electric Mayhem as we learn about their robot and hope to keep up a good tempo on our competition. RoboVines is inbound. They're from Ballston Spa, New York, part of the 4-H program up there. Come on over, RoboVines. Take the field with Hive. It's all green, all bright green for high voltage and RoboVines. Match made in heaven. That hot glass show featuring robotics is going to start in about 5 minutes. So FTC teams, if you're on a pause right now, you may want to find your way to the hot glass auditorium. I would say Oncoming Storm, Hive, Saints, NukeDet, Ender, RoboVines, Proto, and Salt City. You should all stay here so that we can stay on tempo with our matches. Electric Mayhem will be up for the interview with Greg Dick just after this match. As soon as we can get these bots initialized and a thumbs up from our referees, we're going to get started. This is High Voltage's first appearance in Excelsior, New York. Things geographically basically work out at the state level, so nobody in the room has ever seen this bot compete before, aside from the team driving it. We're thrilled to welcome Team 21916 from Wellsboro. Want to shout out our referee crew as well, everybody in stripes volunteering here today to make FlexRex possible. Thankful to have all of them, I would say behind the scenes, but they are right up front with everybody else. So a little quick change for RoboVines. They're on the Blue Alliance, so they're applying their blue nameplate so we know who they are and who they're playing with. Your partner in one match may be your opponent in the next, as we're fond of saying. So these teams may face off against each other later in the day. The teams are playing through 19 qualification matches today, on their way to trying to stake a claim to the first or second alliance captaincy. That would be the number 1 and number 2 overall ranked teams by ranking points. We can talk more about ranking points here in a little bit. Be looking for initialization from all 4 teams. We're going to be looking for a thumbs up from our Red Alliance, Mayhem, and Firebots. And then RoboVines, you guys are good. You guys are initialized. Beautiful. And welcome to Excelsior, guys. It's so glad to have you here with us. Thanks for saying yes and joining us. Again, we're streaming out on YouTube at Excelsior FTC. We've got the thumbs up from Mayhem, thumbs up from Lisa and Corey. Good to go. Let's randomize the field if we could, please. We are going purple, purple, green on the obelisk. If you're watching here in the house, the robots sometimes have cameras that can see that thing that looks like a QR code. Talk more about that in a second. Let's get this match started here in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Teams start out here in autonomous. 30 seconds where the robots are pre-programmed to take their shots. We've got artifacts flying left, right, and center. Firebots comes and collects 3 off the spike mark. Mayhem connects with, I think, 1 or 2 there. Firebots goes 3 for 3. Mayhem clears out. They're right here to me, Hive, right here. Thank you. Clears out their ramp. Meanwhile, RoboVines connects with another 2 up. They've got 8 loaded there. We got 3 more from the team from Nichols School. That's Buffalo. And friends, here we go. Mira, over to you.
4 bots alive as teleop period starts. RoboMine's emptying the blue gate. Looks like West Fulton is trying to pick up more artifacts to shoot them in the red goal. Electric Mayhem shooting more artifacts into the red goal and then emptying the gate directly after. High Voltage going to RoboVine's human player to pick up more artifacts so that they can shoot them into the blue goal.
Firebots takes 2 shots on the red goal, connects with one of them as High Voltage goes 1 for 2 there. I think they got a bad bounce out, but they clear that blue gate. High Voltage comes back to the human player. 1, 2, 3 for the team from Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. We go 92 to 63, advantage red at this point. Red Alliance, from audience perspective, is on the left-hand side. Teams are driving opposite goals, if you will. Firebots playing a little bit of defense with Hive. Wondering if Firebots is still in it or if they're having a connection problem or a mechanical issue. Haven't seen them take a shot in a little bit. Mira, I wonder if they're playing defense here. What do you got? We got 30 seconds to go.
Looks like Electric Mayhem Green is taking 2 more shots in the blue goal. RoboVine's taking those long shots from the small triangle. It is now the end game period. This is when teams are allowed to expand upwards and lift. Looks like Electric Mayhem Green has their kickstand.
And there it is. Round of applause for these teams in match number 3. Now, at this point, while we tabulate the scores and things, I'm going to pull Mayhem Green. Come on right around, Drive Team. Bring them around. And we're going to turn Electric Mayhem over to Excelsior Judge Advisor Greg Dick. We're going to see if we can rescue the bot here in a second. Yep, we're going to let the... Come on over, Mayhem. And you can bring the rest of your team here. Matt, come off the table if you would. Matt.
Bring your robot, guys.
Yep, just here. They're gonna. We'll get it. We'll get it. You guys turn on right around. We're gonna keep things moving.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a casual day, right? This is not a big formal interview. So to get the mood right, we're gonna start off with a few dad jokes. Yeppy, you good with that? Okay. What did the son say to the mom when mom said, "Do you need a pocket calculator for school?" The son said, "No, I don't need it. I know exactly how many pockets I've got." Bump. Okay. Dad joke to the second degree. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it's apparent. Ha ha ha. Okay. Electric Mayhem Green. Thank you for your sheet. By the way, any team that hasn't given me this sheet, I'll make up questions about your team. So you want to bring it to me. Electric Mayhem, you made a big note here that said, please ask us outreach questions with a smiley face. So, tell me about the Open Alliance.
Yeah, so the Open Alliance is personally one of my favorite things that we've done as a team. The Open Alliance was originally started in 2020 by a group of FOC teams. And last year, Harmon and I, we were looking at the FOC Open Alliance because we do FOC as well, and being like, man, this is a really good resource for FOC teams. I wish there was something like this for FTC. And I kind of jokingly said, oh, we could make that. And then Harmon made that. And he was like, here it is. I did it. And I was like, okay. So we made a website where teams can link the code repository, repository of the photos and videos about the robot, along with a weekly build blog that they post on Chief Delphi. And it's a website where they can link all that. And Hamid aggregates all that along with statistics about the robots into a nice couple graphs. Last year, the original FSC Open Alliance website went under. The people who were running it couldn't maintain it anymore. So starting this year, we actually took over the FSC Open Alliance website and added a lot of Hamid's features to it. So now the both open alliances are on one unified website, and you can see what both programs are doing this year related to their games, and we work with the Fun Robotics Network as well to make to post videos on their YouTube channel about Open Alliance teams getting interviewed for both programs as well. Ahmed, you got anything you want to add?
Yeah, so the original Open Alliance website was basically just a link aggregator. So it was teams could share, photos and videos and CAD and code. And we have that functionality still because it's part of the core of the Open Alliance. But we also decided that we wanted to add some statistics. So like in FTC and FRC, how you go around and you pit scout other teams. We basically ask pit scouting questions right as a team joins the Open Alliance, and they can change it at any time. So we have structured data from every team about their robot, their team structure, their organization, their code, and we can basically compile that and aggregate that, and we can give teams a giant dashboard of like, this is what teams are doing this season, this is what sensors are popular this season, and stuff like that. So that's just another way that the website basically helps other teams that aren't on the Open Alliance just sort of get a good view of what are Open Alliance teams doing, what are the trends this season, and who can they reach out to if they need any help with one specific thing. And because of all of our work on the Open Alliance, we've actually got some community partnerships under the way. So as Nate was talking about, we're partnered with the Fun Robotics Network, so we do FTC and FRC Open Alliance shows where teams on the Open Alliance can talk about the robot in a little bit more detail. We've got an awards show at the end of every season, and we've got some community roundtable discussions and knowledge exchanges where we talk about specific parts of different robots, like we did one on our vision system. And we are also partnered with some robotics providers that basically give us the money to sustain the program. Good.
Just to lay a couple stats on you. Between both the FTC and FSC Open Alliance, we have about 70 teams who post information about the robot for anyone to view, and that means anyone, even if you're not in the Open Alliance, you can see all that information, and you can visit the Open Alliance at theopenalliance.org. That's all from me.
That's great, guys. Okay, let's move on. We're gonna go down the line. I'd like you to tell me your name, how long you've been with the team, and what's your basic expertise area.
Yeah, I'm Etienne. This is my third year, and what was the third question? It was what's your expertise? Is that what you asked? Okay. Yeah, I'm on the mechanical sub team, and I CAD and build the robot.
This is my third year with the team. I've done this since middle school, and I am one of the co-captains of the team, and I'm also the lead programmer of the team.
I'm Nate. This is my fourth year on the team. I've been doing this since freshman year. I work in design. And I also am kind of the head yapper for the team.
My name is Josh. I'm a co-captain of the team, and I am mechanical and CAD.
How long have you been on the team?
Oh, I have been on the team for 3 years.
My name's Hamid. I've been on Electric Mayhem Green for 2 years, but on Electric Mayhem for 4. I do web development, robot programming, and I just kind of figure out different problems when they ask me to.
Hi, I'm James. I've been on the team for 4 years now, and what I do is I take all the data and visualize it, and I compile the data for our team.
I'm Kate. This is my first year on the team, and I'm branding and marketing.
Nate, did these guys bring you along well? Yeah? You have to say yes, right? Right in front of the audience. 2 minutes? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Interesting fact. You guys, all of you also are involved in the FRC team? Yeah? Everyone except you, okay. Somebody explain to this audience what FRC is and how it's different from this. Somebody want to take the mic?
So yeah, we're also on an FRC team at our school, also an Electric Mayhem team. And so FRC is just a larger scale version of this. This game is actually very similar this year. And essentially we're building a robot that is like, what are the dimensions? Like about 3 feet by 3 feet. Yeah, 120 perimeter, and so it's another shooting game, and so during our season we do some FTC stuff in the fall, and then we switch over to primarily doing FRC stuff in the winter. Although the competition season for FTC is happening during that, so we're doing a lot of like Saturday stuff, trying to figure out things without having the dedicated after school time that we usually have.
Time, Mike? Very good. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for being our guinea pig for doing this first round. Did a great job.
And let's give it up for Electric Mayhem Green from the Nichols School, Team 12, 736, excuse me, got that backwards. And thank you, Judge Advisor Greg Dick, for hosting that conversation. We're going to cue our teams for qualification match number 4 at this time. Mira, could you go ahead and list those off?
That would be Oncoming Storm, 6454 Saints, 5484 Enderbots, and 17222 Proto.
And attention in the pits, Connor. Friends, we've got a special guest from long ago in a galaxy far away. Won't you give it up for R2 Bloom right here at center court? Check this out, everybody, at FlexRex. We've got R2D2 from Star Wars here, from a Droid Builders Club up in Rochester, New York. We're so thankful to have Nikki and Connor here. This is R2 Bloom, Hollywood accurate, life-size replica.
It'll give you a high five.
Of R2D2. Does have a high five function there. It's going to be with us all day long for selfies and photos. Maybe we can get R2 on the infield for our next match. Get a little bit of love here on the live stream. Logan and the team up in the booth. I'm not sure if we can pull a camera down on R2 at this point. But you might see R2 cruising through some of our other FlexRex areas with Electric Mayhem Green up at their Super Mario Kart game. And there we are up on camera. So there, those of you out on the live stream, go ahead and spin her right around here, Connor. Bring her back towards me. And there we go. Good morning. Can I get a high five? I heard there's a high five here. There we go. Excellent. I wasn't sure of a flipper. Thank you, R2. So good to have you. And R2's friends, Connor and Nikki, that came down from Rochester to be part of this event. First time here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Pretty special for us. A celebration of robotics and STEM with 5356 TARDIS and their partners here at the CMOG. We want to say thank you again to Scott and Regina, the entire team here in event planning and technical crew at the museum. We've got events all the way through. And Logan, I'm not sure if it's still possible. Can we push the amphitheater view to screen 1 on house left, maybe, or I guess that's house right, doesn't matter, but that screen over there, if it's possible to pull up the amphitheater. I think we're in the midst of a robotics themed hot glass show at this moment. Maybe we can get that there. Let's get the teams queued though for match number 4. Back on field. Again, we're looking for Oncoming Storm, Saints, the Enderbots, and Proto. And teams, just be aware, we know there are only 15 teams here, so the tempo is pretty rigorous. And at this point, we will, yes, Ethan Thomas, could we please take scores for match number 3 to the big board? Match number 3 goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance wins with a score of 151 to 136. And, oh, friends, check that out. Looks like the Red Alliance gave that one away. Those 25 foul points that were committed by the Red Alliance pitched that game over. Otherwise, Red would have won. Fouls play a big part in this year's Decode game. We've seen it all season long. Sometimes it swings the game. In this case, it did, but these teams have 5 attempts to play in and stake their claim either to a resume or a captaincy late in the day for our playoff. And we did not get to debrief those fouls at the end of 3 since we went straight out to our interview with Mayhem Green. But thank you to those teams. This will see Oncoming Storm from up in Penfield, New York, take the field for the first time, 6996. They are a sibling team of FRC Rolling Thunder 1511. Oncoming Storm on the Red Alliance will be playing with Saints from Seton Catholic. That's team 6454 from Binghamton, New York. And we're going to see on the Blue Alliance our friends from Corning Robotics. It's 5484, the Enderbots, playing with from Twin Tiers Christian up in Breezeport, team 17222. That's Proto on the Blue Alliance. Proto always some of our most spirited competitors in the stands and on field. They celebrate each and every score during a given game. Mira, we're looking pretty good. Who are we missing here? We've got Proto. We're looking for the Enderbots. Enderbots, we need a robot. There we come. Thank you, Mr. Lee. We do want to note that Team TARDIS is here with a demo field inside the theater. They've got robots that can be driven by young and not so young alike. Team TARDIS here in the purple jerseys. They are some of your hosts for the day, so they can get you set up on that demo field. All right, we've got 4 on the floor. Mira, we've already done some introductions. Let's check in on. Are you guys initialized and on? Red initialized. Saints and Storm. Going to wait for our friends, the Enderbots, to initialize here. So 11 teams from the Excelsior region have advanced to postseason play. There's a variety of ways. This is a scrimmage. This is kind of an informal event, even for all of our technical systems and things. This is just kind of our baseline of how the game is played. Looking good there. Proto, thumbs up. We're good. Yeah, it's okay. You're fine. And then red again. Awesome. So more on postseason here in a second. Let's randomize the field. Thank you, Lisa. We'll go purple, green, purple. And then I'm going to turn it over to our game announcer, Mira, to count down qualification match number 4.
3, 2, 1. Let's decode.
And qualification match number 4 starts with 30 seconds of autonomous. If you're not, there's Proto. If you're not familiar with the decode game, teams are attempting to score these purple and green balls in the 2 high goals on the back side of the field. They're worth 3 points each. All of the robots right now are operating autonomously. They're not under driver control. These are pre-programmed routines. Some are using vision systems or other ways of navigating the field to know where they are. Mira, over to you for the first minute of teleop. Take it away.
All 4 bots alive. Looks like all of the bots are trying to find artifacts to pick up and then score. Looks like Proto is trying to chase after some of these artifacts in the audience side. Enderbots going back to their human player with their human intake and taking those long shots from the backfield. They get 2 of 3 of them in. Looks like the blue ramp is almost full. Enderbots completes it. Proto empties it. Let's see what happens next.
Mira, I don't know if you saw that, but the Enderbots bot hit the blue goal so hard it actually blew out a zip tie on the back of the bot. Meanwhile, Enderbots loses a couple of rubber bands here. It's basically an office supply store on the floor for our friends here from Corning. Proto lines up, but Saints plays a little bit of defense, knocks them off their mark as they go. Meanwhile, Saints, the Peacemaker robot, 6454, comes to the near side field, loads up 1, 2, 3 purple artifacts. They'll spin up their flywheel. If you look closely, they have a indicator on their robot, a thumbs up that's 3D printed and tells them and their human players when their robot is at speed and they can connect on that shot. 43 seconds to go. Blue leads 91-67 in match number 4 here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. This is our first ever event in partnership between Team TARDIS 5356 and the Corning Museum of Glass. We're so thrilled to be here. We are streaming out on YouTube at Excelsior FTC in the app or on the website. Advantage Blue 94-67. Mira, go ahead with endgame.
Per usual, we had some of that teleop chaos in that large triangle, probably the most defense we've seen today. There were rubber bands littering the field from 5484 and Proto. Oncoming Storm and Saints both trying to make a mad dash for that red base. They get there before the buzzer. Post-match unofficial score looks like it's heading towards the Blue Alliance.
So, Mira, let's talk just a little bit about what happens right now for our friends in the audience. So the teams have parked, and the time has run down. We get our raw score on the board. You can see 120-76, but the referees are going to the backfield. What kind of work are they doing, Mira, there to discuss what they've just seen? Just explain it a little bit.
Well, yes. So fouls in the game of Decode, we've seen them all season long, and they can impact, as we saw in the last match, they can impact who wins the match. There are both major and minor fouls. Minor fouls are 5 points, and majors are 15, but they do not get subtracted from that team's points. They get added to the opposing alliance's score. We will see shortly if there were any fouls in that last match.
I'm going to cut across you. So there is a practice field here, too. You can see the West Fulton robot there in the background as they're practicing. Guests here in the auditorium can go check out teams as they are practicing there. Kids are welcome, and parents, too. All guests are welcome to follow up with these robots in their pits. Pits much like you would see on a race course, NASCAR or otherwise, like Watkins Glen right up the road. You are welcome to visit with teams in their pits to learn a little bit more about the mechanical systems, their control systems, their game strategy, their journeys this season in the Excelsior region and with the Decode game. We're going to wait for a final report from the referees. They're discussing through those fouls Mira was just talking with you about. Remember that we've got the TARDIS demo field. Have you guys driven a robot yet today? Oh, so if you go just around the corner, there's 4 or 5 robots. You have? Have you driven a robot today? Oh, excellent. Okay. Did you see R2-D2? Okay. Well, what? I mean, have you driven Super Mario Kart yet? No. I got you. Up in the breaking glass. No, in the gather gallery. Are you guys driving Mario right now? Okay. Are they? At the top of the hour, so at 11 o'clock, real close, you can go. Do you know Super Mario Kart, right? Okay, just trust me. It's cool, all right? Go check them out. They're in a place called the Gather Gallery. You can see it on the map, all right? And it's, I think, another one of the stamps right here. Visit Robot Super Mario Kart. It's at point 7 on the map, so you can find that on the map, all right? You guys have a great day. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a lot of fun. All right. Looks like, Mira, this was a tough one. The referees are still deliberating there in the backfield.
Not unusual to see our refs, our zebras, deliberating
let's pre-cue match number 5.
Those foul points.
We're going to be looking for High Voltage, Nuke Det, Robobines, and Salt City in just a couple minutes. That's just a heads up to kind of pre-cue. Yeah, there we are up on screen. That's going to be for match number 5. We just want to make sure that we're in good shape and ready. This will be a quick change as we look to stay on schedule.
as a reminder, both guests and teams need to have safety glasses on if they're in the auditorium. If you're in the balcony, you do not need them, but if you're down here on the floor, anywhere inside the auditorium, you do need safety glasses on. You can visit the safety glasses table outside the entrance door and pick up some on your way in and then give them back on your way out.
Got it. So a mix of majors and minors, notably 5 minors for launching outside of one of the white triangles, one of the launch zones.
Here we have scores for match 5.
Let's take a look. We'll see how these penalties do. So it goes to the Blue Alliance. That's the Enderbots and Proto. 171 would have been 121. The penalties did not swing the game. That sets Proto in 3rd position at this point with lots of the day ahead of us. And the Enderbots sends them up into 7th position. We will take our teams for match number 5. We've got High Voltage and Nuke Det on the Red Alliance and Robovines and Salt City on the Blue Alliance. Come on into the infield, please, at this time. If you are a guest here at the Corning Museum of Glass this weekend, first of all, welcome. Welcome to the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've never done this before, and we are having a lot of fun right now. FlexRex, as we call it, is being brought to you by a local First Tech Challenge team, TARDIS, Team 5356. They are part of the Corning Robotics program, sponsored generously by Corning Incorporated. TARDIS, in fact, this past season was the #1 team coming out of the Excelsior Championships. Means they punched their ticket along with 3 other teams to the first World Championships in Houston, Texas, later in April. TARDIS and those 3 other teams will be in a field of 336 of the 8,000 teams that make up the First Tech Challenge program. Just looking at my notes here, it does appear this is the first gameplay for Salt City. A special note to them, 33513. If you are a guest here or not familiar with First Tech Challenge, the higher number you have, the newer team you are. And Salt City is one of the rookie teams in the Excelsior region. And in their inaugural season, they actually punched their ticket all the way to what you would call the state championship, the region's championship. And so it is a special delight to welcome those 4 middle schoolers here to Corning and the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo today. We've spent some time with the team, 33513, from up in Syracuse. They're sponsored by a local coffee house up there, Salt City Coffee. And we are grateful to the team there at Salt City. They always share generously of cold brew and coffee with all the volunteers and the folks behind the scenes. So thank you to them for keeping us running. A little plug. So Robovines, one of our most senior teams, 6955, playing with the rookies, 33513. We've also got our friends, special guests from Wellsboro, Pennsylvania, 21916. That's Hive Voltage from Wellsboro. Wellsboro High School, is that right? At Wellsboro High School, just down the road a little bit. Welcome them up. And they're paired with another high school team, Nuclear Detonation from Notre Dame High School over in Elmira. Teams, can we get confirmation? Thumbs up. Salt City, Robovines, we're looking good. Red Alliance, thumbs. Cool. We'll take it over to Lisa and Corey. I think we're ready to randomize the field. Go ahead there. purple, green, purple, dead on the obelisk. If you're a fan in the stands, the robots might see those QR codes and know where they are on the field or what they're trying to do on field. Awesome. Good to go there. A little adjustment. All right, we'll take it. All fair play. So once more, Lisa, Corey, thumbs up there. Awesome. Qualification match number 5 starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's play. All right, we see the Robobines and Nuke Deck come alive. High Voltage comes off the mark. Salt City taking some long shots there. That's a new development for the kids from Syracuse. They weren't able to do that earlier in the season, so it's wonderful to see. Robobines side loader. If you look underneath, they've got a swap dexter that's floor mounted. They can spin their artifacts right around. Looks like that might do us. All right. 3 artifacts for red, 2 for blue. A little bit of a low scoring affair at this point, Mira, but we know it's anybody's game. Over to you for teleop. Mira, what are we seeing there in teleop, Brent?
Robovines making 2 shots into the blue goal, picking up another 3 from those preset spike marks. Looks like 2 just go a little bit high. Salt City is trying to make their way to the big goal through the chaos of defense. I take it back. They're taking some long shots from the smaller triangle on the audience side.
Advantage here with 1:20 left to play. Red 34, blue 22. I do believe the world record at this point is somewhere up in the 400s. I'm sure somebody in the room can fact check that for me at FTC Stats. Report that here to us on the infield. Hive and Salt City mixing it up a little bit there on the large launch zone. If you're watching the game, there are various restricted areas throughout the field such that the robots can only shoot from the major or minor triangle on opposite sides of the fields. Anywhere else on field is not a place that they can shoot. Human player here from Salt City looking for a few more artifacts to load into their robot. That robot does not have an active intake like some of the others on field, so it needs to be hand-fed. I believe the High Voltage team is set up the same way. Salt City goes 1 for 3 there, but look for those teams to load from a human player. Robobines takes 3 shots, all go wide left. Yes, Hive there, endgame teams, endgame. Hive goes back for a couple load-ins. Red here pulling away 86 to 43 as Salt City sets up their park in the blue goal. Looks like Robovines may be looking to part. Oh, Salt City's trying to get a platform down. Okay, very interesting. So they waited a little bit too long there to make that happen. And I'll check in with Salt City, Mira, to see just what they're supposed to do. I'm wondering if this is inspired by the Gorilla Bots plate as well or something very much like it. We might see that come into play a little bit later today. Looks like Robobines did get in for a partial park. So, Mira, as we know, that's 5 points and 5 points to the Blue Alliance. How do things look over there on red to your eye?
Looks like Newt that might have a full. Depends on what the refs say, as always. Looks like High Voltage has a partial. They have 1 wheel in that red base. Another something I noticed during this match is that Salt City has made many adjustments to the robot, and they're able to shoot from other places now, because at regionals they were only able to shoot
and
from
we first met them
the
back in
goal.
early January at their initial meet. The iterations that those middle schoolers have done on this bot, really remarkable. So this plate, if we're up on screen here, what's meant to happen or what can happen, have you guys tested it back home? Does it work? Excellent. So it's a little bit slow, so that's a gameplay thing for you guys on the human player. This plate can go down to the floor, the other bot can come in on it, and then the Salt City bot, can I go ahead and touch it? All right, should be able to rotate up into position like this, and that would earn them an extra 5 points by clearing out of the base. I can't wait to see this work later today. That's going to be absolutely phenomenal. The engineering put in by these students, we talk about the engineering design process, right? Having a need, a design specification, concepts, prototypes, proofs of concept, some initial testing, fabrication, data, production, making the bot, getting more data, refining the bot, abandoning subsystems, maybe adding other subsystems. Oh. Got it. All right, can we send that? Are we ready with the score yet? Not yet. Not quite yet. So let's talk a little bit about some of the other opportunities available to guests here at the Corning Museum of Glass with the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, or FLX. You know, speaking of Rex, Rex is out there in the museum somewhere. And I'm not sure if our friend Scott in the booth, I don't think that they've got a graphic of Rex, but there is about a foot tall purple robot hidden somewhere out in the Corning Museum of Glass. And that is Rex, our mascot, purple in honor of our host team, TARDIS 5356. And people who find Rex can go tell the admissions staff that they found Rex and where they found Rex and receive a small prize here at FlexRex. There is a passport. So parents and guests, listen up here, teams. There is a passport with 9 stations on it where teams can visit throughout the museum and visit all the different opportunities, some in the collections, some robotics themed. We've got our friends from the New York State Troopers here. They've got some bomb disposal robots that they've brought along. There is, if you've heard right, R2-D2 is here today. R2-D2 is out in the museum, ready for photos and selfies and more for all you Star Wars fans. All right, robots, teams, we can go ahead and clear the field. And Mira, let's learn who we're going to see in match number 6.
In match number 6, we have 74220 Mecha Spartans, Gorilla Bots, Mechanical Meltdown, and Suffering Robotics. And we also have a score.
Yeah, go ahead with that one, Mira.
Score from qualification
Offsetting
match
fouls.
number 5 looks like one major from each alliance to the other alliance. This is a red win. Looks like 3 minors and a major. I apologize. It did not change who won that game. The Red Alliance would have won anyway.
So I do want to note here with match number 6, we're going to prep our friend Greg Dick. He's the judge advisor for the Excelsior region. And part of the FTC experience is judged presentations and awards for technical categories, for outreach on youth and STEM education in the communities and more. We're not doing that active judging today, but we did want to give every team here an opportunity to tell their story. So after match 6, we're going to spend a little bit of extra time with Mechanical Meltdown. That's team 12833 from Watkins Glen, New York. Mech Melt is going to stay with Greg after this match for that interview as we take a little bit of a pause. We'll get that chat started at 11:17. We're just about right on time. We're going to take on the Red Alliance, team 7420, the Mecha Spartans from a little bit more upstate ways towards Albany and out. We've got them paired with from Corning Robotics in Corning, New York, right here in the Crystal City, team 5485, the Gorilla Bots. They're facing off against in match number 6, team 12833, Mechanical Meltdown from Watkins Glen. Currently our first-ranked team in the standings. They're playing with, on the Blue Alliance, one of our blue teams in Excelsior. That's right, it's 7486, Suffern from Suffern, New York, down in Westchester County, down near the city. One of our farthest traveled teams today. So thankful to have them commit to FlexRex and make the day just a little bit better and bluer with us here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We got 4 on the floor. We're going to let teams initialize and orient themselves to the field here quickly. We're going to get our referees ready. So we've talked a little bit about the postseason. Our host team, 5356 TARDIS, is heading to the World Championship. GorillaBots here down on field, they are going to the Canada Cup Premier event later in June. I've got to do a little bit of a fact check for our 11 teams that have advanced. We've got about 98 active teams, just shy of 100, I believe, in Excelsior. Excelsior head ref Lisa Russell just checking out our robots on the near side field, make sure that everything is in contact with the field wall as it needs to be. There you go. Just a tuck in here for Mecha Spartans. And teams, let's go ahead and initialize, please. The screen ball. Catch. Oh, that was terrible. Thank you. I teach graphic design. All right. All right, teams, can we get thumbs up on initialization? GorillaBots and Mecha Spartans need thumbs. Cool. Blue Alliance. Thumbs and thumbs. Great. Lisa, Corey, go ahead. Let's randomize the field. Thankful for all of our volunteers here on the technical side of things, plus our referees here, all volunteering to make FlexRex a success. And I believe we are ready to go with match number 6. Teams, let's get ready to play here in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Looks like we've got 3 bots coming alive. Mecha Spartan's taking a long shot. No, 4 bots. Suffering is alive there. Gets 1 down that blue classifier. Mechanical Meltdown making a quick move. 1-2 scooped up and in on the blue goal as they make a nearby pass of Suffering, 74-86. Suffering shoots just a little bit wide right, just a little bit short. GorillaBots and Mecha Spartans both off their lines. That will help them earn what we call move points. Move points can help them earn some of the move ranking points. And Mira, check it out. 3-point game Teleop. Over to you, my friend. What do we got?
Looks like the GorillaBots emptied their gate and go to pick up the ones they just emptied. Mechanical Meltdown taking that 3-shot from the far field and then picking up more from the human player, going back and shooting more into the blue goal. Looks like the blue goal ramp is full. GorillaBots choosing to empty the red ramp even though it wasn't full. And then they pick up those artifacts yet again. Looks like Mechanical Meltdown choosing to empty that blue ramp. Can they fill it before endgame to get those pattern points? Suffering going around trying to scavenge for artifacts. So much defense happening in that large triangle. We've seen it all season. It is completely legal. Looks like Mecha Spartans is trying to take long shots from the back triangle into the red goal. It looks like they're just off a little bit. We've got cross shots from Mecha Spartans and Mechanical Meltdown at the exact same time. GorillaBots trying to get into the loading zone to pick up more artifacts from the human player.
It is a tight game here, Mira. End game here in 3, 2, 1 second. 92-89. Red Alliance out with a narrow 6-point lead for our final 20 seconds. Remember that teams earn 3 points per artifact, so this game could easily swing on fouls.
It looks like rollers off the GorillaBots intake are scattered around the field. Hopefully they can fix that mechanically before their next match.
Wow,
Mecha
there it is. Let's
Spartans
give it up
using
for
their
these teams.
kickstands.
Let the referees score this one out, and we're going to bring MechMelt straight over to an interview with Greg Dick. You guys are up right now, friends, so slide on over this way. We're going to give you right to Greg. I'll bring you your robot, but come on over. He's ready for you guys there. We're going to start that conversation right now.
Okay, have to continue the dad jokes, of course. Why do you never see hippos hiding in trees? Because they're very good at it. Think about it. Okay. they're very good at it. You don't see them because they're very good at hiding. Those hippos probably don't actually climb trees. It's a dad joke. You're probably too young. Okay, first of all, I'm going to hand you the mic and go down the line. Tell me your names and what area of the robot you work on.
I'm Juliet, and I'm the programmer.
I'm Violet, and I'm a builder.
I'm Daniel, and I'm a builder.
I'm Clarissa, and I'm a documenter.
Ready to something else? Go ahead.
No, I'm actually a documenter, not a builder.
This is very formal and serious, so don't make any mistakes, because it'll come back and haunt you. No. Okay, I'm very curious. Your robot is named.
She's named Miss Murphy.
Why is your robot named Miss Murphy? And you mentioned that part of your idea is to have a simple, right? A simple and reliable robot, right? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So we named our robot Miss Murphy sort of because of Murphy's Law, like what can go wrong will go wrong. And she's proven herself to represent that. But we have made a very simple and reliable robot because our transport especially is just a ramp with a single servo that pushes all the artifacts up to launch them.
I see here, sorry, where it is, that you were able to start an FLL program, an FLL team, after nearly a decade of trying. Did each of you spend that decade trying? Probably not, right?
So actually, we've tried for multiple years, and not even just these current team members, but past team members, to try to get somebody who would be able to coach it. But finally, we got someone to step up, and so we look forward and are helping them through their struggles, and we hope to someday get those team members on our team.
Did any of you do FLL before FTC? But there wasn't any available, so you went right to FTC. That's interesting. Oh, I also see you have a custom pathing algorithm. Somebody want to talk about that?
Yeah, so we use Bezier curves, and we calculated our own custom pathing algorithm. So that helps with our navigation. We also use PID. We have a full PID system, and that helps with in autonomous and teleop. So the robot is able to align very precisely to the goal. After a lot of testing, we realized that we needed to go from the PD system to the PID system, and the integral helped align the robot completely to the goal to less than 0.1 whatever of an inch. So it's really cool. I've enjoyed working on that a lot.
So, of course I know what PID and PD means. Of course I do. But just for people who may not know, which includes me, tell me what PID and PD is, please, or tell the crowd.
Okay, so PID, it's a type of controller to help you get to your goal faster. So it's, yeah, proportional, integral, derivative. Yeah.
Are there any shout outs you want to give to coaches or mentors?
Thank you, Mr. Asperslager and Kathy and Jack, for all the stuff you do for us. You guys are so awesome.
What kind of difficulties did you come up? So how many iterations of your robot did you go through? Approximately.
So our robot, the design has stayed generally the same throughout the season, but we have made some modifications to make it simpler while still accomplishing all the tasks. So we widened our collector, and we simplified our transport to just need to use the one simple stick at the bottom to get the artifacts to launch. But generally our design has stayed the same, and it stayed simple and consistent.
You guys have fun? Yeah? How did you do in competitions?
We did pretty well. Our qualifiers, the first one we placed the final or the winning alliance, and then the next one the finalist alliance. and we've continued to compete well since then.
Very good. Mike, I think I give back to you.
Good to
Okay.
go. We can start
Thank you very
loading
much,
into the next
Mechanical
match.
Meltdown.
Thank you very much, MacMelt. Thank you guys for being here. We are going to take just a little bit of a breather. Our next match is supposed to start in 7 minutes. If we can, oh, that was good. I caught that. Oof. Can we push the banner just for match number 7? Oh yeah, and we'll take the score on 6. Thank you so much, Olivia. Appreciate you in the backfield there. Blue wins that match, match number 6. 146 to 132, and look at that. I can do that math. The red team, Red Alliance, that is, gave that one away. That would have been 132 to 116 were it not for those fouls coming over. Remember that when a foul occurs, the penalty is to the benefit of the team that it went against, or yeah, the other team. Let's just say it that way. So red gave blue 30 points there. 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance, 1 for red, and that contributes to those standings. That'll send MechMelt down into second position, even with the win. That's just a statistics thing. You can see we've got our leaderboard here. Let's go ahead and push the banner for match number 7, if I could get that from you. We are on our way towards 19 matches here today. Olivia, can you give me that prep graphic for, there we go. Thank you, friend. We're going to need Storm, TARDIS, Robovines, and West Fulton. I think Robovines, I think you guys just played. So welcome to a 15-team scrimmage where we keep you moving. So thank you so much for that. Please take any time you need to make some quick repairs and adjustments. Friends, we want to make you aware of just some of the other offerings here at FlexRex. We've got Super Mario Kart, hosted by Electric Mayhem Green, up in the Gather Gallery just off admissions. Speaking of admissions, we are so lucky to have from Corning Incorporated's MT&E group. They are here with a X-planar table that can be used in manufacturing systems. I'm not even going to try to explain it to you, but it's very, very strong magnets that can move stuff around in really cool ways. Go check that out in the admissions lobby. We've got, of course, hot glass shows all day long. There are robot-themed activities throughout the museum. You can go up to the West Bridge, just up the escalators outside the auditorium to learn about 3D printing. We've got Dean from Team TARDIS up there doing some interpretive work there with, I think, a fleet of like 7 3D printers, so you can go check that out. Keep your eyes peeled for R2-D2, and from the New York State Police, they've brought an I-Core mini bomb disposal robot that is present up in, excuse me, up in the admissions lobby as well. We're going to take West Fulton, Robovines, Oncoming Storm, and our host team, TARDIS, to the floor at this time. Got 4 minutes till we tip off match number 7 in our 3rd round of games. Remember that teams are looking to punch their ticket to be one of the 4 teams playing in eliminations later this afternoon. If we were at a full-scale event, that field would be quite a bit larger, but because we're here on both a little bit of a limited space and limited time span, we're going to have 2 alliances of 2 teams, so 4 total, playing in a best 2 out of 3 to earn our champions trophies for this afternoon. The cafe here at the Corning Museum of Glass is open. They've got great coffee, drinks, and lunch options available. We also want you to go check out First Lego League Team 22251. They are the Finger Lakes Region Champions, Corning's very own Children of Apollo. They are traveling to the American Robotics Invitational at Drew University in New Jersey the first weekend of June. They are perched just above the admissions lobby, if you will, out there on the front side of the museum, demoing their Lego bot from this year's Unearthed FLL season. FLL is just one of the 3 program divisions within FIRST, FIRST being a global STEM education and competitive robotics program that literally spans the globe. It is headquartered in New Hampshire, Manchester, in the old Ammonoosuc Mills along this Merrimack River. FLL is the, if you will, the smallest division. That is, they deal with shoebox-sized Lego robots, that is, on tabletop fields. This here today at the Corning Museum of Glass, we've got FTC, or First Tech Challenge. First Tech Challenge, as we like to describe it, is microwave-sized robots on a 12x12 field. And then in our largest division, we've got First Robotics Competition, or FRC, and those are dishwasher-sized robots on a field approximately the size of a tennis court. And that is really quite something to see. Those robots are built for hard contact and robustness. None of it battle bots, none of it. But those robots do crash and collide quite a bit, and some of them zip around at about 35 miles an hour. Speaking of combat robotics, if you are a guest here or any of you team members for FTC teams, I'd encourage you to go see Graham Simmons out in the auditorium lobby. He is a sophomore at Worcester Polytechnic Institute and one of the officers of their Combat Robotics Club. Those are the robots that try to destroy each other. And he's got a couple robots that are drivable for guests and a couple robots just on static display from WPI Combat Robotics. They are one of the largest combat robotic college clubs in America. You can go meet Graham and learn a little bit about combat. Also meet with Nicole from the WPI admissions office. They are one of the premier polytechnic colleges in the nation, and we're so glad to have them representing the college in Worcester here today. They're out in central Massachusetts, just off of the Mass Turnpike. So we've got 4 on the floor for match number 7. All right, we've got Even from Team TARDIS making a couple last adjustments. We'll get her off field and get these robots initialized. Good. All right, 4 on the floor as I nudge Even back to home base there with TARDIS. Initialized on Oncoming Storm, double here on, and TARDIS thumbs up as well. Beautiful. All right. We've got our referees fueling up with a little bit of water. We are good to go with you guys if we're good to go. Olivia, let's go ahead and randomize the field while we're getting our referees into position. Randomization goes purple, purple, green, the obelisk with that QR code looking thing. We actually call that an April tag in the biz. That is oriented in the correct manner. Head referee Lisa Russell, we've got thumbs up from all 4 teams. Once I get one from you, we should be rocking and rolling. She did. Yeah, we're good to go. Everything's ready. I got you. All right. Thumbs up, Corey. Thumbs up, Lisa. All right, teams, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Match number 7 starts now. 30-second autonomous. Again, these robots are operating in a pre-programmed manner. Looks like we've got 4 artifacts down the pipe for the Red Alliance. TARDIS sends another 1 or 2 home, picks up some off the floor. Looks like they're loaded with 2. Score 1, miss 1 there for the team from Corning. Pick up 3 off the spike mark. Green indicator lights. And just 1 for 3 there. Got a little bit of work to do. Robovines off the mark. Firebots off the mark. That's a good thing. I mean, they are off those launch lines. Earns 3 points for those teams. And away we go with match number 7 in teleop. So, TARDIS empties the ramp there. Looks like they might have just relocalized. They grab, looks like 2 artifacts, sends them home. Meanwhile, Robovines, the green robot out there, heavily 3D printed, with their side-loading bot, tangling with their friends from Corning. Purple on green, just like this season's artifacts. RoboVines collects a few, as does West Fulton Firebots, the red fire truck bot out there. They tussle with oncoming Storm. Storm is firing just a little bit short on the red goal. We'll see if they can get that one green artifact off of their bot, maybe with a little bit of hard driving. Storm again comes up a little bit wide right on that red goal. West Fulton lines up 27-2-3-9 for some shots on the blue goal. 1 up, 2 up. See if we get one more. 3 up, 3 for 3 for the kids from West Fulton. So good to have them here with us. They are part of a volunteer fire company up in West Fulton, serving in their community. So proud to know those kids. RoboVines clears the blue classification ramp. They've got 2 loaded there. TARDIS sends, looks like 2 home, collects 3 more, sends a couple more. Wonder if they're going to clear that gate and crash it. Scoops up another purple artifact. They go 1 for 2 after a little bit of contact from RoboVines. Sends 1 more green home for good measure. Picks up 3 more. Meanwhile, oncoming Storm in the near side. Looks like Storm is having a little bit of an aiming problem with their turret. I'm not sure if that's a mechanized system or if it's driver controlled. We are here in endgame. That's the sounding horn that you hear. The base zones are protected at this point. So red goes to red, blue goes to blue, and you want to make sure that you're not in somebody else's base. TARDIS looks like they had a little bit of a bad raise there as oncoming Storm looks to tuck in underneath. They can stop right there. They're going to get those 5 points. No problem. TARDIS missed their alignment there for some reason. I'll check in with those kids, ask them what happened. They have a kind of a special brake pad mechanism that can help them maintain that alignment. Meanwhile, West Fulton looks like a full park for them. Natural park there, and RoboVines gets 1 wheel. That'll be 10 points, 5 points to green. This will be 5 points and 5 points for the Red Alliance. 100-28. Looks like this one is going to go to oncoming Storm and TARDIS, but fouls, it would be a lot. But fouls could swing this the other way. We'll see how we go. That's a really good point. Yeah, so one of our RoboVines parents noting there's enough balls in that blue alliance goal to be more than 28 points to begin with, unless, yes, it's all getting fixed. That's what I hear from the backfield. Tyler says, stop talking about the score. They're going to rectify it. So we'll let that play out, let that take its course. It's FTC where the rules are made up and the points don't matter. 1,000,000 points for everybody. What happened there on the park at the end, Isaac? For the spin too? Mm-hmm. Got it. So for the purple bot here from Corning, they've got kind of an interesting PTO system that I can talk you through. I've got a little bit of insider knowledge here, but when the robot orients itself to the base, it's done driving. And so what they do is they have clutches mounted just about here on the robot that can spring out and transfer the energy from their drive wheels to those lifts. And one of the drums for one of their lifts was a little bit loose, and so it had to take up some extra string. So a little bit of an oversight from the mechanical prep team. Not the end of the world at all, but a little something to watch out for next time. So while that was taking up the slack, one of the wheels was still on the ground, and it kind of scooted its hip back and out of position. The mechanical device I was talking about, you can't quite see it, but there's a brake pad up underneath the TARDIS bot. This one's called Zenith, that actually helps them orient to the field and plants the foot while they start their lift, and then the brake pad comes up and it helps them orient accurately to that base. Watch for that later today. Some of these bots too have kickstands that can get them up a little bit out of position. Are you guys running a kickstand on here? No, do just park. Just park. I love it. Just park. 2 of our stoutest 18 by 18 inch bots. If you're not familiar with First Tech Challenge, they've got to fit pre-sized at inspection, which we skipped this morning. 18 wide, 18 deep, 18 high. The robots need to maintain that configuration until that last 20 seconds of the game. This season, robots can raise to 38 inches, I think. 38-inch envelope is the max height for these robots. Oncoming storm here. Wonder if they could fit in there. Let's see. We're going to do a little. May I touch your robot? Thank you, friends. So glad you guys are with us today. This would be a pretty tight. Yeah, that's not happening. All right. Real close there. Yeah. Are you ready for me to shut up and report some scores? Awesome. Take it away, Corey. Thank you so much, friend. And of note, as head referee Corey takes over or gives it back to the kids, Red almost gave it away. They were within 8 points more of fouls of handing that one squarely to the Blue Alliance. So those fouls very much do come into play as we keep on moving through the game. If you're just new to the auditorium, my name is Mike Simmons. I am one of the coaches of Team TARDIS and one of the MCs and live voices in the Excelsior region. The Excelsior region is part of First Tech Challenge, stretching from Buffalo to the Adirondacks, the Canadian border, down to Westchester County. Basically all of New York City all of New York State except for the city and Long Island. Team TARDIS paired with the Corning Museum of Glass to bring you today's event. We call it FLX, the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, the first of what we hope are many in the future here with our hosts, in partnership with our hosts at the Corning Museum of Glass. These 15 teams are from throughout the Excelsior region, and we've got some friends, Hive Voltage, team 21916 up from Wellsboro High School, just over the border in Pennsylvania. The Excelsior teams are, again, among 98 teams throughout the Excelsior region playing here in the postseason. In the regular season, we have 9 qualification tournaments throughout upstate New York, Rochester, Buffalo, Clarkson, down at Peekskill, right here in Corning in early February, and more. At those qualification events, we will normally see between 20 to 32 bots playing a given year's game. And by a given year's game, if you're up in the balcony or out on the live stream, what I mean is that this is called Decode. These games are launched and brand new to teams each season. The game launches happen in September, and then teams qualify in December, January, and February for championships in Excelsior with a shot at going to Worlds or the postseason on the line. We are going to look for Suffern. Yep, we need Suffern. We need Saints, Electric Mayhem, and Hive Voltage back to the field at this time. Teams, you can come on in. Again, we're looking for 7486, 6454, 12736 Electric Mayhem, and the team I was just talking about, our friends from Wellsboro, 21916. Looking for them on the field at this time so we can get match number 8 started. Now, as those teams come out on field, every season there's a new game. Teams will study it and strategize. Hive, you can put that right behind the television. All right. Mayhem, come on out. Come on over, Saints. Teams will study the game, strategize, start thinking about proofs of concept and prototypes. Come on out, Suffern. Doing that work throughout September and October, using the engineering design process to develop a robot that can play, the year's game. Sometimes they are shooters. We were overdue for a shooting game from recent memory. That is, sometimes they are pick and place games. Sometimes it is a stack this here kind of game or sort this item kind of game. There's lots of different archetypes for our games. But teams will do that development through the fall and again start competing in December. Here in Excelsior, we have qualification events, 2 of them in December, 3 or 4 in January, and about another 3 in February as teams try to punch their ticket to the 32-team field at the Utica Championship. Utica and Mohawk Valley Community College are home base for the Excelsior region. We want to give a special thanks And shout out to our program development partner, Tina Betts. Tina is the grand poobah and coordinator for all things Excelsior. She loves robotics, loves these kids, and does just magnificent work for us up at MBCC. She's here today. And notably, little trivia about our own Tina Betts, she is a glass artist. So this is a special little bit of a homecoming here to the Corning Museum of Glass. We've got 4 on the floor on the Blue Alliance from Nichols, New York, and Nichols School in Buffalo, New York. It's team 12736 here with their outreach programs up in the Gatherer Gallery today. It is Electric Mayhem Green. They are partnered in green with from Wellsboro High School, team 21916. It's Hive Voltage. My partner Mira's here back on the game call. Mira, let's meet the Red Alliance. Nope.
Turned it on. Over on the Red Alliance, looks like we have 6454 Saints and their alliance partner 7486 Suffer Robotics.
All right, the stage is set for match number 8. Mayhem making a little last-minute adjustment. Teams, let's go ahead and initialize those robots. I'd like a thumbs up all the way around. Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. Corey, everything looking okay there? Cool. Blue Alliance, I see Hive. Mayhem is saying not quite yet. Solid? Good. All right. And again, suffering. Good, good. Cool. Suffering Saints? Solid. Excellent. Let's go ahead and spin it, Olivia. Good to go. All right. We're going to give Mira here the call into autonomous. Shout it out, kid. Count it down. Let's get this one moving. Turn on your microphone. There we go.
In 3, 2, 1.
Let's
Let's
decode.
go. All
Saints.
4 bots alive as we start into our autonomous period. Balls flying everywhere per usual. Saints emptying the red ramp. Looks like their alliance partner, Suffering Robotics, is trying to find more artifacts and shoot them from that far triangle.
Saints connects with 2 more with their innovative little release gate. I love the Saints spot. All right, 21-19 as we get into our tele-operated period. If you're just joining us today, the robots now are under human control. The previous 30 seconds, they were out there under autonomous or pre-programmed control, either freestyling it or using sensors, odometry wheels, cameras to navigate the field. In this match, notably, we've got a couple robots with light-up indicators on them. Those lights could be based on sensor feedback, actually 3, I think, that will tell the human drive teams the state of the robot. Is the flywheel spun up enough to shoot? How many balls do we have? How many artifacts do we have in our carriage that we can score? 39-32 as we creep closer to the minute mark. Nope, now blue goes out. Advantage 44-39. Pitches the other way. Every artifact down those ramps worth 3 points. We do have a couple special scoring conditions late in the game, but the main body is how many purple and green balls can we score and in what order. A lot of action there on the near side. Mira, over to you for our next minute.
Electric Mayhem emptying that blue ramp partially, trying to find more artifacts to shoot. Looks like they go back and empty it again fully this time. Suffering trying to make shots in the red goal. Looks like they have 7 artifacts currently in there. Can they fill it up before the end game? Looks like High Voltage and Saints were playing a little bit of defense there at the tip of the larger triangle, trying to get their spot and claim their territory to be able to shoot.
Here comes Endgame. Endgame teams, 82-68. Advantage Blue, 85-68.
High Voltage making 2 more shots into the blue goal as the buzzer draws near.
Mira, let me say, remember, we're looking for purple, purple, green on those ramps. And we're also in Endgame looking for teams to stay clear of each other in those bases. Controllers down. Looks like Blue Blue has it on the raw score. I see. Oh, no, tie game. Oh, Red has it. Oh, no, Blue has it. Oh, no. All right, back and forth we go. And this is common to see, right? So as the referees tabulate those motifs, that is to say the order of the artifacts up the ramp, right now you'll see at the bottom of the screen we're looking for purple, purple, green. So especially on this red classifier, everything that follows from the bottom, purple, purple, that's 2 points, green, purple 2 points, purple 2 points, green, purple, purple, green. So we're earning a 12 extra points for that Red Alliance because they have 6 artifacts in the right position. I might have miscounted, that might be 7 if I got my counting wrong over there. But the referees conferring here in the backfield as the clock ticks closer to noon. We'll wait for Corey to come out on field and announce our fouls to the teams. So we'll score that out. And let's get our next teams queued, please. That's going to be Nuclear Detonation and Salt City on the Red Alliance. And our sister teams from Corning Robotics, Gorilla Bots and Enderbots. Heads up, we're going to need you in about 3 minutes on field. At the end of that match, we're going to keep the team from Notre Dame High School, that's team 16854, around for a interview with judge advisor Greg Dick. We're also going to try to buy a little bit of time for our referees to grab a quick lunch in that break. We are streaming to YouTube at Excelsior FTC or at excelsiorny.org/live. We want to say thank you to Tyler and Ethan, the rest of the crew from RoboVines, for helping us make that possible today here at FlexRex. So you can see the score change a little bit in front of us, 109 for Blue. Those points coming on late, that makes me suspect that's invoking a set of fouls against the Red Alliance. We're about to hear so from Corey. Corey, take it away. And that's where that 109 came from. So 89 became 109 because Red had excuse me, a minor and a major. That's 5 points and 15 points, 20 points total that went out in favor of Blue. We'll take this score and bring in teams. Go ahead and collect your bots. The Blue Alliance, as we said, oh, actually, no, it changed it quite a bit. 125 to 92. We were missing some points there in the raw. Teams, please go ahead and grab your robots. We're going to ask you guys to clear. And quite promptly, we're going to ask for NukeDet, Salt City, Gorilla Bots, and Enderbots to come on into the infield. And again, Nuclear Detonation, you guys will be up for an interview with Greg right after this match. All right, Salt City, Gorilla, Ender, come on in the infield. Nukedet as well. Bring it on in. Let's see some robots on the floor, please.
We need Tyler to game admin, please. Tyler to game admin.
So if you're just joining us in the house up in the balcony, hello, everybody up in the balcony. My name is Mike Simmons. I'm one of the live voices in the Excelsior region here in upstate New York. My daughter Mira, a member of Team TARDIS 5356, and actually part of the development team from TARDIS that helped put together FlexRex today. Nice job, kid. Proud of you. We are so happy to have all of you guests and all of these teams here at Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We've never done this before. The Museum of Glass approached us back in the fall and said, hey, could you help us imagine a weekend-long celebration of STEM and robotics? And we said, absolutely. So we've got 15 teams from across upstate New York here. Actually, I should say 14, and then one from Wellsboro, Pennsylvania, just down the road. Our new friends from Hive Voltage at Wellsboro High School. If you've just arrived or are catching this on the live stream and maybe you're local and coming here later today or tomorrow, we've got robotics and STEM themed activities across the museum. We've got a 3D printing interpretive booth up on the West Bridge, just outside the auditorium and up the escalators. The Finger Lakes Region Champion First Lego League team, 22251 Children of Apollo, are here with a robotics demonstration all day long. That's all right, let's go. We've got hot glass shows with the phenomenal hot glass team here at the Museum of Glass. There is a special 3 o'clock robotics themed show that will be going on. Our friends from the New York State Troopers are here with robots used in law enforcement. We've got teams. Oh, we are seeing the hot glass show live here up on screen, brought over. Thank you so much, Scott and Logan up in the booth. We want to shout out our friends behind the scenes making this possible. So that's one of the glass artists here at, oh, and there's Rex. We were looking for Rex. All right, so eyes up on the screen. If you have not seen Rex, that is Rex the robot, the official mascot of FlexRex. And the hunt is on for Rex. Rex is out in the museum somewhere. And that is literally all I know. I have held Rex once in my hands. He's about the size of the height of a basketball, about 12 inches or so. And he is tucked away in the galleries to be found by guests this weekend. Let's go ahead and meet these teams as they settle in, Mira. Who do we have? Sister teams over here next to you.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, it's team 5485, the Gorilla Bots. Their alliance partner and sister team, 5484, the Enderbots. If you're a fan of Minecraft, you'll get that reference.
And on the Red Alliance, Mira?
Over on the Red Alliance, we have our rookie team in Excelsior, 33513, Salt City Robotics.
From Syracuse, New York, sponsored by Salt City Coffee.
Their alliance partner, 16854, Nuclear Detonation.
From Elmira, New York, and Notre Dame High School.
Who we'll have an interview with after this match if you want to learn more about their season.
Yes, Nuclear Detonation will be over here with Judge Advisor Greg Dick in just a few minutes. The stage is set. I think we're going to go ahead. Are we initialized? Hands off the bots, Gorilla Bots. Let's go ahead and init there. We'll get Dr. Tran off the field. It'd be a more interesting game if Dr. Tran stayed on the field. We'll see how that. I think we're having a couple GorillaBot control issues. So unfortunately, GorillaBots will be sitting out this match. They'll be idle there up on the blue side with a technical fault on their control system. We do need to keep the event moving. Lisa, are we good to initialize? Or sorry, good to randomize? Good there? Good there? Excellent. So we're going to 3 for 2. An unfortunate turn for 54-85. Purple, green, purple there on the obelisk. We're going to get this one started, and our GorillaBot spot will just be there idle. It happens sometimes. Friends, it's a scrimmage. It's off-season. Everything is just fine. We're going stress-free. Lisa, one more check-in on thumbs up. Liv, here we go on the backfield. In 3, 2, 1. Let's play this game. We see NukeDet come alive. GorillaBot's sister team, Enderbots, with their spring-loaded bot, Mira. They've been effective all season long. 3 up and in. Salt City, Mira was saying earlier, this bot on development, that robot was not capable of those shots back in January when we first saw Salt City come on the scene. They are a team of middle schoolers in FTC, one of the only in the Excelsior region by age. And I'll tell you what, 4 or 5 years from now, you think they're good now, keep an eye on those kids from Syracuse. Let's pitch it over in Teleop, over to Mira. And we'll see if GorillaBots can get going. Mira, over to you.
Looks like we have a red lead, 33-14 after Autonomous. Can the Red Alliance make up for it? Or can the Blue Alliance make up for it? Enderbots going back to the human player, giving them some artifacts to load into their hopper. That spring-loaded shooter is very accurate and very powerful. Salt City emptying the red ramp. That ramp was entirely full after the first 20 seconds of Teleop. Good communication over here on Salt City with their human player trying to load up that bot. They make all 3 in. They go back to load a couple more. NukeDet making 3 in, and Salt City making 3 in. We love to see it. Enderbots playing a solo game over here, but still making up for it. Trying to line up to empty the ramp. There we go.
45 seconds to play here in qualification match number 9. Red out to a 70-34 advantage. We are streaming on YouTube at Excelsior FTC. Would love to have you tune in. Remember that endgame with those special parking conditions and special points starts at the 20-second mark. Those squares on the audience side, red and blue, are protected zones at that point. Here comes Salt City with their lifting bot. Can they get that plate down in time? The goal here would be that nuclear detonation swings them off course just a little bit. Now NukeDet comes in on their plate. We've got 8 seconds to go. Can Salt City lift for the very first time this season? Yay! Salt City, well done to the rookie team. What an outstanding match for them.
It does
Excellent
look
work.
like a full from my point of view, but of course we'll let the refs decide.
So I do want to be honest about this mechanically. As awesome as this is, it's a little bit illegal. So if you know the game, the teams are not allowed to expand outside of an 18-inch envelope, X and Y. GorillaBots has a very similar base plate like this, but it's mounted under their bot, not off the side. And that distinction makes GorillaBots legal. It's actually right back here behind me. Unfortunately, with their disconnect issue this game. They weren't able to play. Very, very similar if you saw it. But this is a scrimmage. This is Flex Rex. I helped plan it. We're just changing the rules. So nice job. Nice job. Nice job. You're going to fix it tonight and make it legal for tomorrow. I love these kids. I love these kids. STEM, man, it's just incredible. So great work there. And talking about fixing it later tonight, I will say to our friends in red here, the Gorilla Bots, an absolutely outstanding team. They're going to figure this out. They are headed to the Canadian Cup. They're going to represent Excelsior just over the border. Corey, take it away.
There's only one minor from the red to the blue alliance.
We're going to see that score from number 9. Red Alliance wins it, 100-84. Well done.
Moves Salt
Well
City
done there.
33513 up to 7th place.
Right.
And Nuclear Detonation
come
over
on
to
over.
6th
We're going to have
place.
you guys pick up your bot. Go ahead and slide that back. Take the nuke det bot. Yep, just slide the robot straight back for me, Orange. There you go. And we need you guys and your robot over to Greg.
Nuclear destruction, come on down. While they're gathering, gotta do another dad joke. Guy asks his friend, why does your sister jump up and down before taking her medicine? Because the label says to shake well before using. I got a chuckle from somebody. You guys come around this way if you want. Come on inside.
So we're going to get into this interview with Greg here with Nuke Det for the next 10 minutes or so, and we'll start queuing the other match.
Come on down,
Greg?
nuclear destruction team members. Okay, let's start out. I'll give you the microphone. We'll pass it down. Tell us your name and what you do on the team.
I'm Haley Joe, and I'm the main driver.
Michael Parker, and I'm the co-driver.
Connor Brown, main programmer.
Nyla Fontanez, and I mostly do pins.
George, I'm backup co-driver and human player.
I'm Jordan, and I help build the robot.
I'm Xavion, and I also build. I'm also drive coach.
Okay, one thing I noticed here, something about your position sensor is magnetic. Is that, you think that's unique to your robot? Can you talk about it a little bit?
So for our Spindexer that stores the artifacts, we have 3 paddles that moves it, and we have a sensor that's magnetic, so we put a magnet in one of the paddles and labeled it with an M, so when we initialize that will always line up.
Thank you, very interesting. Is your robot here yet? Where's your robot? Could we bring the robot onto the table, please? Because I have a question about it. Okay, the other thing I want to ask is, so is everybody here today from the team? Just missing one? Okay, your note here is that you doubled in size in the last year. How did that happen?
Last year we only had me, Xavion, and Connor, and then I think 4 7th graders joined and an extra 8th grader. So
recruiting?
Got the 8th grader by pestering from
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that. They pestered one of their team members to join. That doesn't, I'm a 40-year plus volunteer in scouting, and one of the phrases we use is someone being voluntold. So the question I wanted to ask about your robot is, you call it a snail? Why is that?
The piece itself has the shape of a snail, like when it's off the robot. There's a circular head, but you can't see it 'cause it's screwed on.
Looks like a snail design. That's why you call it a snail. Makes perfect sense. Do you have? Oh, I'm sorry. You had some challenges. It says. What can you tell me about your challenges this year?
So one of our main problems was building CAD and coding didn't communicate enough, or was that it, Connor? Yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems that building and programming didn't communicate enough. So like, someone will program something, and then building will program another thing, and it wouldn't work. So we had to like communicate more to get everything to go together. And then there was a few other problems with the Spindexer as well. You did most of that, right?
I worked on Spindexer? Yes. I worked on the newer version of Spindexer. He worked on the original.
Yeah. Tell us about the original and the new.
Okay.
Hold up closer to the mic.
All right. So there was multiple versions of the Spindexer. I worked on the older version that isn't being used. It was a metal. It was metal with 3D printed like circular shapes with a hole in between all of them, and
So, well, we had the idea for the bowl, and then made the paddles, and the paddles they could go counterclockwise, but when there was a ball right out in the mouth, it could go counterclockwise and take it in, but it can't go clockwise and push it around. It just pushes it out and gets caught. Piece came off from that. And stuff kept on getting stuck, so we added like hooks on the paddles to help carry the ball, and the magnets in the end of the paddles, the magnetic sensor kept on triggering way too early and way too late. So the ball would just end up like going to the sides of the shooter.
another thing with the original design was that the magnets or the magnet holes were too close to the sensor.
Another problem we had was with the shooter. This is our second design. For the first one, this hole was not there at all. We had to cut this mid-game to get the right angle. And then we had to shrink it down so everything was more compressed so it can shoot more. And, what are they called? Things that we replaced. Bearings? Yeah, we also had to replace the bearings and upgrade them a bit because they were too slow and an added drag to shooting.
Yeah,
Our first flywheel also like broke when we were testing it. Like it was spinning way too fast and like just split apart. Like, yeah. I mean, we don't have it here because normally Bronson would be talking about it, but he's not here, so.
And oh yeah, it was way too slow, so we fixed that. And we had one motor for it, and it had to go so fast that our batteries were getting drained like really fast, and we needed to like we couldn't use any batteries that had any problems with them, or else we couldn't shoot. And we can't shoot long range because we just don't have enough power.
So because of that, every time we end a game, we have to like switch a battery and charge them, so we can never have that problem.
Batteries really low charge, so we had to turn down the speed of the shooter, get really close to the goal, and just shoot a tiny bit, because that's all our battery had left.
Two more questions. Guys have fun? Yeah. By the way, nice earrings. One last thing. Any shout outs for coaches, mentors, parents?
A shout out to all of them because they all did their best and helped out when we needed help. But specifically to Bill and Matt, Matt helped out Connor with coding, and Bill just helped around.
Matt was also working with another team as their main programmer, as they were a rookie team and they didn't have programming. Like he was working on on 2 teams throughout the entire season.
And also shout out for the 2 up there because they are also students in our sister, what is it called? Yeah, our sister team. And they come down here and mentor us and help us as well.
FRC team, you gonna be in Albany? You gonna be in Albany in a couple weeks? FRC? I'm judging there. Oh well. Okay. I got one word of advice. You guys try to break out of your shell and be a little less shy. About grabbing the microphone and talking. I'm being facetious. I'm kidding. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Mike, back to you.
We want to say thank you to Nuclear Detonation. They come to us from Notre Dame High School over here in Elmira. Have that schedule, please. Team 16854 in the Excelsior region. At this time, we are going to be queuing match number 10. Match number 10 we'll see on the Red Alliance. Team 5356 TARDIS, our hosts, and their old friends, the Robo Vines, that's 6955. And Mechanical Meltdown and Proto, who I think we already have on the field. I'm going to go get our referees. They are scarfing a quick lunch behind the scenes. If you bear with us for just a second, we'll get those teams on the field, though. Friends, we're so glad to have you here at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We are giving our referees a little bit of time to eat in the backfield. We'll orient you a little bit to what's going on. We are queuing match 10 at this point on our path to match 19. We've got 15 teams for first tech challenge here today. The vast majority of them from the Excelsior region in upstate New York. Excelsior comprises the entire state of New York minus the city and Long Island. So we've got teams here from Buffalo, from the Adirondacks, from Westchester County, 3 teams from right here in Corning from the Corning Robotics Club, sponsored by Corning Incorporated. If you're just new to us, actually, Tyler, could we cue up the decode video? Now would be a great time to show the video. We're going to push to the screen a little bit for everybody up in the balcony and friends down here on the floor how this game works. We get a new game each season, and we're going to give you a little bit of need to know in a minute-long highlight reel of our decode game. The short one, please. Yeah, so that gives you just a little bit of an overview. We note a little technical challenge there on chroma keying out the green, kind of like your weather people do on the nightly news. But different point values for different scoring conditions within the game. Here come our referees. I'll talk until they're ready. Teams, we can start circling up and initializing. We'll take you in, looking for Mech Melt. And sorry, who are we looking for that I'm not seeing? Robo. Yeah, we got everybody here. These balls out here, these pickleball-sized elements are called artifacts this year in a kind of an archaeology-themed game, worth 3 points apiece as they score through the goal and down the classification ramp. When the balls are in a particular order that matches what's here on the obelisk, so you can see purple, green, purple, twice during the game at the end of autonomous, which is at the end of the first 30 seconds, and at the end of the game, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If we go purple, green, purple, so purple, green, purple, right in a row there, each one of those in the correct position is worth 2 bonus points. You'll see a human loading zone here. This is where humans can load robots and give them balls particularly. Proto is very well known for having an active intake on this side and a human load component up here. Really creative bot there. We've got Mechanical Meltdown from Watkins Glen, Proto from Breezeport, this bright green bot, the Robovines. They are a 4-H team from Ballston Spa, New York, and TARDIS, your hosts today from Corning Robotics in the purple and white livery there on the backfield. Our referees have taken their seats. We're going to check in with our teams. You guys can come right on over here. You guys are welcome. You can even sit right here. Come on over. And check out the game. You'll see it on the big screen as well. Blue Alliance, are we initialized? Thumbs up there. MechMelt, awesome. Red Alliance, thumbs and thumbs. There do appear to be balls. Yeah, you did your job right. All right, referees, do you need a moment just to breathe and collect? We want to thank Adam and Trung, Lisa, Ted, Darren, and Garrett, our volunteer referees. Corey also around today with us. We are so thankful for all the volunteers. FIRST is an organization internationally that thrives on the hard work and commitment of volunteers like them. Really special to have them answer the call to come help us with today's Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. You see us up there on the big screen. Lisa says we're good. Olivia, let's go ahead and spin the field. Randomize, please. Match number 10 is going to go purple, purple, green. So you can watch for teams to use their sensors, their cameras, and more, or just strategy to try to score in that configuration. All right. I think we're going to need a front side field resetter. Bryn or Sion over here, please. We're missing somebody. Thank you, Sion. Bryn and Adrika there. We want to say thank you to our field resetters. Lisa says we're good to go. Teams, eyes up. Let's go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. We see 4 bots come alive. Just an absolute flurry of artifacts headed for those goals on the backfield. Again, right now, teams are operating completely autonomously as TARDIS clears that red gate. They shoot 1, 2, both go wide. They pick up 3 more off the spike mark. We'll see what they're capable of. 1, 2, 3, 2 go in. They displace their friend, the Robovines, just a little bit off their mark. That's the end of autonomous. 33-32. Slight advantage to the Blue Alliance. Mira for the call on Teleop. Away we go. Mira, what do you got?
4 bots alive after autonomous. Looks like, I think it was Mechanical Meltdown, empty that blue ramp. And then TARDIS's robot Zenith goes over to pick up more of those artifacts from their human player. TARDIS is pushing Proto around, trying to find their spot, playing a lot of that defense. The red ramp is full. Looks like Robomine's going to empty it. Proto going over to that loading zone that just got filled with all those artifacts from the red goal. TARDIS making long shots from the back triangle. Oh no, it looks like the blue ramp has been clogged with artifacts. It looks like they're a bit stuck with artifacts because there's so many in there.
Does
Looks
look
like
we're not
Robovines
seeing
might have
signs of life from Robovines right now.
might be having some mechanical issues. Hopefully they can get it back. TARDIS going over to a plethora of artifacts over in their loading zone, pushing Mechanical Meltdown out of their way.
We've got Proto with their ground-based intake and that human hopper. They've got one artifact loaded. They come to grab a couple from Robovines. Robovines is one of our Red Alliance robots. So, Mira, you might see that they're a little bit pre-parked there in the red base. That's convenient for them. Here we are in endgame as MechMelt lines up for another long shot. That one is for me, worth nothing.
Looks like Robovines is still having that technical issue. TARDIS trying to make their way into that red base.
And we call it there. Let's give a round of applause for these teams in match number 10.
Proto was able to use their kickstand. Looks like it's a full, but as always, the refs make that call.
So in the early accounting, it looks like that was a pretty close game, 97-93. This one could come down to fouls. Fouls and those parking points that come from the end game scoring conditions. We'll clear the screen for the time being. Thank you there, Olivia. And we're going to get ready for match number 11. We'd like to pre-queue the following teams so we get back on track with our schedule. We're looking for help from Electric Mayhem, Mecha Spartans, the Enderbots, and Oncoming Storm. Electric Mayhem, Mecha Spartans on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance will be Enderbots and Oncoming Storm. If you could be at the ready, we would appreciate that so much. As we're waiting for this score to tally up and get a final report from head referee Lisa Russell, she confers with her crew there in the backfield. We want to remind you that there are robotics-themed activities throughout the Corning Museum of Glass today. We've got, sorry, just looking at the scoreboard. We've got friends from the New York State Troopers here with a bomb disposal bot that they use in their professional work, as well as I hear some drones up in the admissions lobby. Corning Incorporated's MT&E division is here with this really wacky thing that I would describe like an air hockey table, but they assure me is much more expensive than that. So go check that out, see what that has to do with manufacturing processes and automation. And you might see here in the auditorium, hey friends, get those eyes up. Look at Rex the robot. I got to ask you, have you seen that robot? He is hiding out in the museum somewhere. And if you find him and go tell the admissions people you found him, you could get a special prize. So look for that robot when you're here today. That's Rex. He was made by the outstanding hot glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. They're partnering today with Team 5356 TARDIS from the Corning Robotics organization. Thank you so much for that, Scott and Logan up in the booth. TARDIS is your host team. They are part of the Excelsior region, and as I noted, sponsored by Corning Incorporated. There is a robotics facility here in Corning, or I should say here in Horseheads, out near the airport, with a variety of upper elementary and middle school Lego teams. As head referee Lisa is reporting out the fouls to the teams. We might hear about that from Mira here in a second. They've got 3 teams out there, TARDIS, the Enderbots, and GorillaBots. All 3 of those teams playing in the postseason, with TARDIS headed to the World Championship in April. That's down in Houston, Texas. Got the thumbs up from Lisa. We can clear the field. What news to report there, Mira? Anything big on that? And Olivia will take the score as Mira talks this one out. What do you got for us, friend? Oh, offsetting fouls. Mira, talk it out.
Looks like the Blue Lions won that one. Means Proto and Mechanical Meltdown move up in rankings, well, I'll explain in just a second. Looks like TARDIS unfortunately moved down to 3rd place, and Robovine sustained in 9th place. And it looks like those fouls, I believe it was 2 majors.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what we're going to see with eliminations? Normally, it's a much bigger production, but we are headed to a best 2 of 3 for today's championship. How do those ranking points and ranks come into play, Mira? How does that work out?
Yeah, so throughout the day, teams are trying to get, at normal competitions, into the top 6 teams, where they'll then become an alliance captain if they sustain that place throughout the day. They will then choose another team to be their alliance partner for the elimination matches, where it's a best 2 out of 3, and it'll either be 10 or 11 matches, depending on best 2 out of 3.
That was match number 10. We're looking for Electric Mayhem, Mecha Spartans, Enderbots, and Oncoming Storm at this
they're going
point.
all
Looks
day.
like we need the Enderbots bot to the field, and Enderbots and Oncoming Storm. Yes, we're looking for you at this time, please.
Back to talking about eliminations. Instead of doing 6 alliance captains and alliances later today, we're actually only going to do 2. So we're going to do a best 2 out of 3. So the best top 2 teams are going to pick another 2 teams to be their alliance partner for elims for that best 2 out of 3. They will then, whoever wins, get the glass blown trophies by the hot glass team here at CMOG, and they will get those to take home. And then tomorrow we will do the same thing, and it's kind of a separate scrimmage.
And it's important to note at this point in time, we're doing this all again tomorrow. So this is a 2-day event, FlexRex 26. We will be here museum hours 9 to 5. The main body of our program is from 10 to about 4:30 or so. Teams are playing for 2 Winning Alliance trophies today. Maybe we can get those, we can talk to our friends up in the booth and get a zoom in on our next interview slot to show you the really phenomenal artwork that's coming our way from the hot glass team. Do we have 4 on the floor at this point? I think we do. We're going to be looking for initialization from our robots.
As we wait for this next match to be ready to play, there are a lot of robotics-themed activities throughout the museum, including activities that the teams here have brought as part of their outreach. So in the education lab, the Ed Lab, across the gift shop, there are teams throughout the day running their outreach programs. There's XRPs, there's, I believe, wiring circuits, and there are also robot-themed library books over there that people are reading as well. So if you have a younger sibling or your parent and you have a kid with you, maybe go check that out. It's good for a lot of age ranges.
That's good. All right, we are, as we say, 4 on the floor, initialized there. Mecha Spartans, and it's awesome, cool, cool. And can we get initialized there? So our friends here from Penfield, they are getting initialized. Are they touching the blue goal? Over the white line, got it, yep. That's our launch lines. These referees, man, they're so particular about rules and stuff. You know, just, right, just silly things. Can't they just be guidelines? Suggestions, gray areas? I love gray. I got a lot of it going on at this point. You're initialized. We got 4 on the floor. We are ready to go. Let's go purple, purple, green. This will bring us to the start of match number 11. We got a bunch of fans here in the front row. Let's spin this one up. Let's get match number 11 started in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Artifacts go flying here at the Corning Museum of Glass as we start match number 11. We've got artifacts down both classification ramps. Artifacts worth 3 points apiece when they go through the goal and down the ramp. Electric Mayhem green, clears their ramp and approaches the launch zone. 1, 2 out of 3 connect there. They pull 3 more off the spike marks. The only robot still in motion here. 1, 2 again of 3. There they go. And now we enter our teleop gameplay. This is all driver controlled. So what you just saw there previously was the robot under its own programming, pre-programmed, perhaps using sensors, cameras, odometry wheels, and more to make their way navigate through the game in the field. We go now red 46, blue 43. With 1:30 left to play. Absolutely anybody's game here. These are 4 teams that know each other very well within the Excelsior region. All of them have been around for quite some time. Let's see, Enderbots with their spring-loaded kind of shooting spitter 3D printed robot has been just so consistent all season long. A very unique robot within our region. Not many spring-loaded shooters out there. There are a few. Many are flywheel-based, spinning up some inertia on a center-weighted, I should say, flywheel mechanism. Anyhow, we've got the Mecha Spartans on the near side zone. One goes up, falls just short of that red zone. Meanwhile, on the backfield, let's see, that is going to be our friends Electric Mayhem from the Nichols School. They make their way to that large shooting zone. 1, 2 goes up. 1 goes down. We've got 3 purple on the red classifier for the Red Alliance. Meanwhile, we see, who is that? Oncoming Storm taking a couple shots up there on the blue goal. 1 connects, 2 connects. Enderbots comes in over the top with a few more. Electric Mayhem as we enter endgame. I think they made 1, missed 1. We're looking for parks now in the base zones, in the red and blue squares. Those are protected zones. Looking for those parks. 10 points if you're fully in, 5 points if you are partially in. That's the game. Let's give a hand for these teams. If you're just joining us, what will happen now is our referees, we get scoring referees on the near side, penalty referees on the audience side. They will converge or convene here in the backfield. If you're seeing, yes, this Electric Mayhem bot, I can do this. The referees won't do it, but they know this bot. This is a full park because it is completely supported by the foam within the 18-inch bounding box. They've got a kickstand here, and you can see I can move my hand under that wheel. So that robot on both sides, yep, beautiful work here for the team from Buffalo, New York. That's the Nichols School crew immediately behind me here, bedecked in green. Mecha Spartans, their partner, 5 points here since they are out of base there. And similarly, a little bit close here for my friends. No, Enderbots is just outside. They have a kickstand as well, but they're about maybe a half-inch proud of that base zone in blue. Oncoming Storm here, that'll be valued at 5 points as well. I'm not allowed to officially make that happen. That's what the zebras do behind me here with the iPads. They'll tabulate all of that out. We'll push the score here to the big screen. After match number 12, which I'll announce here in a second, we're going to see an interview. After match 12, Saints Robotics will be on here in the infield with judge advisor Greg Dick. Greg's going to do a little bit of an interview with Saints. No doubt, I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. You're going to be wanting to listen for their thumbs up from Saints, one of their indicators on that bot from Binghamton. So we're going to see this score post in just a minute after referee Corey shares the foul conditions with the teams. Liv or Tyler, once you have it, go ahead and push it. I'm going to say hi to a friend here. Let's go ahead and push that score if we can. We don't have it yet. All right, we'll wait for it to lock out. And we'll take our teams for match number 12. We need Salt City, we need Saints, we need West Fulton, and we need Suffern to the field. Those teams to the field now. I'm going to look at the score here. The score that comes in for match, and speaking of blue, blue wins 145 to 134. And let's see, that would have been a 130 to a 124. So blue won this one. Any way you play it. Enderbots ups their stock a little bit, 54-84, moves up into 8th place. Storm holding steady at 5th. At the end of our 19th qualification match, it's going to be the top 2 teams that will be the decision makers heading into eliminations. A best 2 out of 3 experience here at the end. We've got friends here from iCode Corning up in the Breaking Glass demonstration area. You can build a bot, learn about programming bots. I heard something about making music with bananas, which if you're part of the Gorilla Bots, that sounds like a lot of fun. We are looking for Fulton, West Fulton. We need you guys on field. West Fulton. Cool, they're coming, excellent. This is gonna be match number 12, and after it, the Saints from Seton Catholic are going to be visiting with Greg Dick here on the infield for their post-match interview. We've adjusted the schedule just slightly to absorb some time to let our referees grab a much-needed lunch. We're so thankful for all those volunteers working in front of and behind the scenes to make this day happen here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We want to give a special thanks and shout out to Scott and Regina and their entire production team and event planning team that's been just such wonderful partners for Team TARDIS as they put together the first ever Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. We're going to be here all weekend long, the museum hours 9 to 5, Expo running generally about 10 to 4:30 or so. We want to draw special attention as the teams take the field to the 3 o'clock Hot Glass show. We will hold and pause gameplay here at 3 o'clock. Actually, we're going to do a special presentation, we hope, right around 2:45 or so. But the auditorium is going to clear out as these teams go to see a special robotics-themed Hot Glass show at 3 o'clock. We will then come back, and our top 1 and 2 teams will make some picks on who they would like to partner with for our elimination matches. I see 4 robots on the floor. So we're going to check our preloads, and we're going to initialize as Corey and Trung do a little bit of tightening and adjustment here on the field. When we say initialize, that gets the robots in a state of readiness for those opening 30 seconds, the autonomous program. Teams have to have different autonomouses. Are they on the red or the blue side of the field? Are they on the back field or the up field? They've got different positions to play there. Saints, thumbs up on it. You guys are good there? Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Awesome. Saints and Salt. Salty Saints. Saints meet Salt. Thumbs up here. Awesome. Excellent. I will clear the field then, and we are going to get running on match number 12. Olivia, go ahead and spin the field for us, please. We're going to randomize. Thank you very much. We go purple, green, purple. So Corey's going to make an adjustment to that obelisk. Purple, green, purple. That is motif number 2. And with that, the stage is set. Teams, eyes up. We're getting ready to go. Salt, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's decode, friends. We've got signs of life from Suffern. They shoot just a little bit long, too long. 3 right off the crown there. Suffering says, oh no. Meanwhile, Firebots has put down 1, 2, 3 for them, doing some of the lift for the Blue Alliance at this point. Salt City and Saints. Let's see, we've got 3 there. Saints on their slow crawl down the spike mark. Returns to the upfield launch zone. Spits 1 out. Gets, oh, no, another one. And there they go. 1 for 3 there on the second batch. Very good. Mira's going to pick up the first minute of teleop here. Mira, take it away.
After autonomous, that blue ramp was full, and they even had a little bit of overflow as well. So good job to the Blue Lions for filling that ramp. Looks like West Fulton is trying to get some from their human player, but Suffern is trying to block them. West Fulton Firebots emptying that ramp. Salt City 33513 goes back to the human player and is trying to get 3 more into that red goal, which they do. Looks like the red ramp is almost full. Saints decides to empty it. West Fulton trying to go back to the human player and get more.
And as we cross the minute mark, we've got a lead for the Red Alliance, 73-64, as Salt City comes back, retrieves 3 more artifacts, posts up at the near side goal, bounces 1 off of referee Ted, but connects with the other 2. I hear those referees are pretty resilient. None of them are still under warranty, so we're okay. West Fulton takes that red bot, looks like a fire engine, goes 1, 2, 3 to the blue goal. Nice work from them as Suffern spins around, pirouettes into 1, 2, 3 for the team from Westchester County. That's 74-86 Suffern. Beautifully done there. Meanwhile, we've got Saints with their flywheel bot. 1 up there into the red goal. They go scoop 1 more artifact. Endgame, endgame, endgame teams. 94-91. This could go either way, resting on fouls or parking points here in endgame.
Salt City
Salt
putting their...
Yes, Salt says they want the Saints there. Can Saints park? Can Salt lift? Looks like they're pushing them out of position. Looks like it's not going to happen. Look at that score, 99-97. Wow. So if you're new to it, yes, give a round of applause for these teams. Absolutely. If you're new to it, what's trying to happen here, looks like Saints actually got under Salt's new pan. So that wasn't going to happen. That's okay. The goal here, 1 bot goes up on top, and then the Salt City bot can lift and kind of do a sit-up into base. When it clears the foam, it earns 10 points. Really cool engineering and design there. Speaking of Saints, I'm going to invite the Saints crew. Come on around to the side. We're going to get you guys started. We'll bring you your bot in just a second. If there's other Saints team members here, we're going to invite you to the infield and turn you guys over to Judge Advisor Greg Dick for their presentation. Don't tell anybody where it is. I have a Rex sighting. I've seen Rex out in the gallery. Saints, you guys can come right
Come on
under,
down,
and
Saints.
Greg, go ahead.
So, dad jokes become so popular. I have a guest announcer for one dad joke. Go ahead, Allie.
Hi. Did you know milk is the fastest liquid on Earth? Yeah, it's pasteurized before you even see it.
Thank you, Allie. Okay. What's that? Now we got volunteer dad jokes.
Well, so I would say a trigonometry joke, but then I'd just be going on a tangent.
Okay, to start, I'm going to pass the mic and say your name and what area of the robot you work on. Start down here.
Wait, what? You guys say your name, bro.
I'm Leah, and I'm the president of the club. I work on the engineering portfolio and help manage the team.
I'm Nolan, and I drive it, and I also help build the base and intake. Also, I help program it. Yeah.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Trenton. I don't know what I do. I just show up and do stuff.
My name's Grace, and I'm the head of scouting.
My name is Darren. I run the Instagram and also do some outreach.
Hi, I'm Danny, and I do all the art stuff. I made the shirts.
Thank you, everybody. Out of curiosity, how many robots did you start your season with?
2. We built them in parallel and then competed them against each other. And whatever the best one was, which one we currently have, we added the best parts of each into our this robot design to create a better robot.
Did you use the other one in competition at all, or did you make all the decisions at home?
We did all the work. Like that one didn't compete in this one. It was just.
Where is your robot? I'd like to have it up here can you guys go get it? Okay, the reason I definitely want it up here is I understand your robot gives a thumbs up. Talk about that.
You got this. Okay, so basically, it's just a servo, and whenever we turn on the we've been having issues figuring out if this is on or off because it's a very quiet motor, and so we have this thumb so that whenever the motor is on, it gives you a thumbs up telling you that it's on, and otherwise it's just down. We also have lights that tell you if the motor is up to speed and also if it's lined up, and like if the robot's initializing, and like there's all these different colors that tell you all these things.
Pretty lights.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of robots with the LEDs to say, hey, we're up to speed, I've got an artifact, or I've got 2 artifacts, whatever in it. The thumbs up is very unique. Same type deal, but a little bit different. Okay. Tell me about Orbis. Who wants to talk about Orbis?
This is Orvis. It stands for On Robot Visual Indicator System. We just talked about it, but yeah, it helps us see what we're doing when we're actually playing. Yeah.
The different colors of the lights. The different colors of the lights represent the different status of like our camera and our motor.
So it tells you if you have artifacts in there. Does it tell you how many and colors and stuff? Okay. And you're looking at the target. Okay. What are you most proud of? I hear you did okay at Utica qualifier.
So for Utica qualifier, that was one of our most successful qualifiers as we got winning alliance partner and we got Inspire Award 3rd place. So we're very proud of like what we've achieved this season.
Very good. Inspire 3rd place is excellent situation. Okay, a couple more things. Do you guys have fun? Yeah, you have a lot of fun. How do you celebrate success?
Pizza parties.
And like baked goods. Baked goods.
Okay, final deal. Any shout outs to coaches, mentors, parents, friends, alumni?
Shout out Coach Rogers, Coach Garcia. We love you too.
And shout out to all the team members that we have that couldn't be here today.
Go Saints.
Go Saints. Thank you guys. Very good. Have a good luck with the rest of the competition. Back to you, Mike. Team picture time. Allie, come find another dad joke.
Why did the pie go to the dentist?
I don't know why.
It needed a filling.
If you're gonna do robot jokes, you at least have to make them robot themed at the robot event.
What do sprinters eat before a race?
I don't know what.
Nothing. They fast.
All right, next we're gonna start queuing for match 13. That means we need 5356 TARDIS, 16854 nuclear detonation, 6996 oncoming storm, and 12736 electric mayhem green. While we wait for that, we do have scores for match 12, I believe. That would go to the Blue Alliance. That was the Fulton Firebots and Suffer Robotics. Yet again, the fouls did not make a difference, only a minor from red to blue. Suffern moves up to 8th place, and Fulton Firebots move up to 7th place.
Here's Allie with another joke.
How do the Robovines keep track of their members?
I don't know. How do the Robobines keep track of their members?
With a calculator.
I don't know where Robovines is, but... Ah. Saints Robotics, do you have your controllers or did you leave them here? Because there's an extra set of controllers over here.
So as TARDIS takes the field, we do want to make a special note. Our Excelsior program development partner, Tina Betts, she's our grand poobah in Excelsior. She is going to do a tour of the Museum of Glass at 1:30. She is a glass artist, so Excelsior teams, you guys might not know that Tina knows a thing or two about glass and flame working and more, and she's offered to take Excelsior friends, parents, teams that aren't in competition at 1:30 at the TARDIS booth. So do take advantage of that opportunity with Tina. All right, so TARDIS is going to be dead in the water on this match, just like GorillaBots was a little while ago. We do need to keep the event moving. That happens sometimes, but we are on a pretty tight schedule being here at the Museum of Glass, so we'll move things along. Looking for initialization. Everybody else, please. We got a thumbs down on Mayhem. All right, Mayhem better? Mayhem good, cool. You guys good? Storm, thumbs up, and Nuke that. Awesome. All right. Corey, Lisa, go ahead and spin it, Liv. And we're green, purple, purple. So unfortunate for our host team, these things happen. I will note if this was a real competition, we would look to find some space and grace to get fair gameplay. But because this is a scrimmage and we're on the CMOG schedule, respectfully, we got to move along. So we're going to get to it. Olivia, here it comes on match number, what are we, 13. In 3, 2, 1, let's play this match. So TARDIS's partner, 16854 from Elmira, comes out, puts up one artifact in the red goal. Let's see if they get one more. They do. Can we go 3 for 3 for the team from Elmira? They spin decks it in. Yes, 3 down. Oncoming Storm has paused out in the middle of the field. They are over the field line. That would be a penalty if any bot makes contact with them, but as long as they're in free space with the opposing alliance, they'll be okay. Red out to an 18-9 lead. Mira, I'll let you take it over here in Teleop.
Electric Mayhem Green immediately going to pick up those artifacts and getting back to the larger triangle to shoot them in the blue goal. Nuclear Detonation is picking up another 3 using their spin decks inside, so they were able to shoot on pattern. Oncoming Storm going to their human player, trying to pick up 3 more. Electric Mayhem Green gets another 3 from the smaller triangle, taking a long shots into that blue goal. Electric Mayhem Green decides to empty that ramp and immediately picks them up. Oncoming Storm trying to find some more artifacts they can pick up.
And if you're seeing, again, the host Purplebot 5356 TARDIS idle on the near side of the field, it was from a mechanical issue they were repairing, but we did need to call them to the field to keep the event moving, just like we had with GorillaBots earlier in the day. No harm, no foul. It's a scrimmage. We're here to play. We're here to have some fun. We'll see them come back alive, no doubt, in their next match. They were pretty high in the standings to begin with.
I'm hearing some concerning noises from Electric Mayhem Green's
Concerning
turret
noises
from the gears, and it looks like they might be skipping a little bit. So hopefully it fixes itself.
That might be a flywheel spin-up issue, maybe. Not sure. 65-45. Want to give some shouts out here to Nuclear Detonation. That's 16854, doing a nice job holding down with an idle alliance partner. TARDIS over there on the near field. We're in the final 20 seconds. Teams look to get into their bases and park. Nuke Det trying to score here in the red zone. Mayhem trying to tuck out around them. We'll see if Nuke Det scoots over. They've got free space if they can get squared up in their base. 10 points to Gryffindor. No, 10 points to the Red Alliance as we wrap up match number 13. How about a round of applause for these teams? No doubt we'll see Team TARDIS come back for their next match. All good there. Friends, if you're just joining us up in the balcony or down here on the floor, you are at the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo here at the Corning Museum of Glass, a partnership between the very same Team TARDIS 5356, our hosts, and the Corning Museum of Glass. They've been working on this event since November after the success of the Lego Con, the, I think, Southern Tier Lego Convention, whatever it was called, back in October. The Museum of Glass sees pretty much everything they do here under the umbrella of STEAM, right? Science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And this is no doubt a huge STEM opportunity. Clean match, says Corey. Let's get those bots off the field. I'm going to turn it over to Mira as we queue up match number 14 as we get back on tempo. Who are we looking for in match number 14?
Match number 14 would be 6454 Saints and 27239 West Fulton Firebots on the Red Alliance. Over on the Blue Alliance, 12833 Mechanical Meltdown and 5485 the Gorilla Bots.
So we'll bring those teams to the field. MechMelt currently sitting in first place in our standings. We just mentioned Gorilla Bots. They're going to be looking to up their resume here on the next match. They had a tough one a match or two ago as they sat idle. There's the standings up on the leaderboard as the clock strikes 106. We do want to make note, again, our program delivery partner, Tina Betts. All of you FTC teams, your First Tech Challenge teams, know Tina very well in Excelsior. She is a glass artist and a huge fan of the Corning Museum of Glass. She'll be giving an Excelsior tour to our parents, coaches, mentors, and team members departing from the TARDIS booth at 1:30 in just about 25 minutes.
I do hear we have scores from that last match.
Let's push it to the big board. Which team won match number 13? Let's take a look at the screen. Hopefully on the screen. Blue Alliance wins. There we go. 100-62. And again, that was the one where TARDIS was sitting idle. Moves them into 5th place. They've got plenty of the day left ahead of them. Oncoming Storm is oncoming into the top 3. 6996 from Penfield High School, or Penfield, New York, I should say, not the high school. Remember that we've got first LEGO League team Children of Apollo, our Finger Lakes champions, these kids in purple. Some of them are here field resetting us, and others are just off the admissions lobby demonstrating their robot that has helped them punch their ticket to the American Robotics Invitational the first weekend of June out at Drew University in New Jersey. We've got friends from the New York State Troopers. They've brought some of the bots that they use in their work in law enforcement, serving our communities statewide, including a bomb disposal bot up there in the lobby. R2D2 is here today, or I should say R2 Bloom from a Droid Builders group up in Rochester. And we've got a glass blowing demonstration that is robotics themed with our outstanding, really one of a kind hot glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. They are doing demonstrations all day long, but the the robotics themed one will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, if you're in the house and teams, coaches, mentors, listen to this announcement, but if you're here competing, we will be closing down after a special presentation at about 2:50. We will invite you over to the amphitheater for a 3 o'clock hot glass show. That's a hard stop for us at about 2:45 as we keep these matches pushing.
We also have the demo field over to house right. Please feel free to go drive. You can drive, your kids can drive, siblings can drive, literally anyone could drive. They're really, really easy to drive. They're designed to be easy to drive, and they're really fun. And there's some TARDIS kids over here waiting for you guys to come drive. So you should come drive.
Right, Mira, I'm going to bring you back in. It looks like we've got 4 on the floor. Initialization check over to you and then over to Lisa and Corey. Mira, take it away. Awesome. Mira, over to you.
We gotta randomize. Looks like green, purple, purple. It's already there. I think it's time to start this next match. Refs, are we ready? We ready, refs? Lisa, we ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's play. All 4 bots alive at the start of Autonomous. West Potent Firebots really quickly shooting those artifacts. Looks like Gorilla Bots may have stopped their Autonomous as their turret is facing the wrong direction, unfortunately. West Potent Firebots 27239. As I was saying, they were making those last-second shots into the red goal, trying to fill up that ramp before teleop. Saints goes over, empties the ramp. They get the thumbs up from the robot, and now they start shooting. Mechanical Meltdown, we've seen them all day making that beautiful 3-shot. We've seen, honestly, all year. Looks like Gorilla Bot's turret might have locked out, so they are aiming manually at this point. They're still able to shoot, though, as we see them make 3 more shots into that goal. West Potent Firebots 27239 making those long shots along with the Mechanical Meltdown 12833. They're both choosing to make those long shots and stay out of the chaos of the larger triangle where most of the defense play is happening. Mm-hmm. 40 seconds left in the game. Looks like the Blue Alliance is pulling away 126 to 86. Let's see what happens in the last 30 seconds as we get closer to endgame. And there is the endgame buzzer as the teams are preparing to make their last shots and then park in their base. Looks like Gorilla Bots is already lined up. Mechanical Meltdown trying to get in there.
Let's clap for him.
Looks
Round
like
of applause for these teams in qualification match number 14.
the Red Alliance ending up with 9 artifacts in their ramp. They may or may not be on motif. Hopefully the Gorilla Bots can figure out this mechanical or programming issue so they're able to automatically score in their next match.
So that takes us to the cusp of match
15.
number 15, and we've got another interview coming up after that match, Mary. Can we make that announcement? Let's pre-cue those 15 teams.
In match 15, we were looking for 7420 Microspartans, 17222 Proto, 21916 High Voltage, and 33513 Salt City Robotics. After this match, we'll have another interview with 17222 Proto. If you want to view their match and then learn more about them, there's this perfect opportunity to do so, as they'll be having a conversation with Excelsior Judge Advisor Greg Dick
Did you say
about
that was
their
Proto?
robot. Yeah.
That's going to be a good interview. Proto is one of the more excitable crews here. They're great kids from the Twin Tiers Christian Academy up in Breezeport. just absolutely as spirited as they come.
They
We've
celebrate
got Corey
every
and Lisa
shot.
conversing with the referees in the backfield. And speaking of Proto, they're coming into the next match ranked number 2 overall. So that if we finish things right now, that would make them an alliance captain
Yes.
as we go into our championship. Mira, I'm going to go retrieve those trophies. So hopefully Scott or Logan up in the booth on the next interview, we can get a close-up as as Greg interviews Proto. We are streaming live on YouTube, thanks to a partnership between Excelsior, RoboVines, and CMOG. That'll be Excelsior FTC on YouTube. It said previously that we've got a number of teams heading to the post-season out of the Excelsior region, and just wanted to list that off. Coming up first at the New England Premier event on April 17th and 18th, we've got 5484, the Enderbots. They'll be at the Big E, which is the exposition in Springfield, Massachusetts. Up next chronologically will be the granddaddy of them all, so to speak. It's the first championship worlds, as we call it, or the champs in Houston, Texas. That's going to be TARDIS and 10949 Mechanical Operations Bureau, Mob Robotics from downstate, Scarsdale Robo Raiders 12331. Corey, go ahead and take it away. As well as Solar Flare 25707. That's 3 downstate teams. Shout outs if you guys are watching on the feed. RoboVines here today will be staying with the, I don't know, the 4-H livestock theme. The bovines will be heading to an equestrian facility in Kentucky at the Run for the Robots premier event on May 28th. At the Canada Cup Niagara premier event, we've actually got 3 teams from Excelsior. The Gorilla Bots here with us today, as well as 11205 Edgemont and 16700 J-Bots. Headed to the Michiana premier event on June 18th. We've got team 27318, the Mantabots. And finally at CRI, or the Chicago Robotics Invitational, it's 22482 Hippopotamus. 11 of Excelsior's 98 teams heading to the postseason in a best ever postseason showing. So we're going to get into match number 15 here.
But first, we have scores from the last match. Goes to the Blue Alliance. Let's see. I don't think that fouls would have made a difference. That was 2 minors, 2 5-point penalties for each alliance, along with a 15 from blue to red as well.
And I want to note that GorillaBots surges back into the top 6. They were ranked 15th. They are now up in 6th position. And MechMelt, our friends from Watkins Glen, maintain a hold on their first place.
Friend. Show them.
So we'll reintroduce these teams for qualification match number 15, and we're heading for an interview at 1:29. Yeah, we're in great shape here. Excellent work. We've got on the Blue Alliance from Syracuse, New York, Salt City Robotics, our rookies, 33-5-1-3 in their inaugural season. Team of 4 middle schoolers coming down from Syracuse. They're partnered with, from Wellsboro High School down in PA, one of our only guest from out of state, 21916. That's Hive Voltage, currently in the top 4. Great showing from them today. We were talking about them a second ago. It's Team Proto from Breezeport, Team 17222 on the Red Alliance, paired up with 7420, one of our most senior teams here today. That's the Mecha Spartans. So that is the field for qualification match 15. So a couple notes from head referee Corey over to Hive Voltage, just talking about the human part of this game, our human players, our drive coach, and more. If you're just arriving or are just coming in new to the auditorium, you are witnessing firsthand a First Tech Challenge competition in the Decode season presented by RTX, part of First Age that is hosted and supported by our premier sponsor, Qualcomm. First Tech Challenge is part of the first global robotics and STEM program. It is headquartered in Manchester, New Hampshire. You are here today seeing 14 teams from upstate New York's Excelsior region, basically all of New York except for the city and Long Island. We've got 98 teams in upstate. Are we initialized there? If you guys need to touch it quickly, we can make a quick adjustment. Just watch yourself. Salt City, go ahead and initialize Wyatt. Proto, Mecha, double thumbs. Excuse me. We are streaming on YouTube at Excelsior FTC. Want to thank all of our volunteer coaches. We've got our volunteer field resetters here as well. A lot goes into making one of these matches and one of these events successful. We can see all of our teams are initialized. We're going to check in and make sure our referees are in good shape. We'll give them a second. We're fine for time.
And remember that after this match, we're having an interview with Proto and Judge Advisor Greg. So if you have a question about what you saw in this match, you can probably find out the answer.
So we're going to randomize to purple-green, motif number 3 on the field. Teams will be looking to score in that pattern up these ramps on either side of the field. It's a bonus points condition. And with that, the stage is set for match number 15. We've got just 4 more after this in qualifications. Teams, here it comes. Referees, away we go. In 3, 2, 1, let's decode. Mira?
Looks like we have 4 bots alive at the start of auto. Salt City trying to make those long shots, and they make 2 out of 3. Proto and Mecha Spartans both working on making shots in their red goal. Per usual, we can hear Proto is very excited. They celebrate literally every single shot that they make.
Some teams getting some bonus points for slinging a ball straight at Tyler here on the backfield, one of our volunteers. 47-14 with 2 minutes to play on the clock. We are now in the tele-operated period. So if you are new to Decode or First Tech Challenge, first of all, new in the auditorium, you can get a great view up on the screens, or you can see it here at front row down field side. Teams are scoring artifacts into the tall goals at the back of each field. Each artifact scores 3 points as it goes up and through the goal, down into the classification ramp. We're seeing teams score those artifacts fast and furious on the Blue Alliance, as the Blue Alliance is now into overflow. Nope, they dumped the ramp. That's a good choice from our friends from Wellsboro. That's Hive Voltage 21916. They have emptied their classification ramp, and there are artifacts all over the floor that can now get picked up by robots as they attempt to score them up into the goals. 68-37 now. Red Alliance leads with 1 minute to play. Mira, back over to you for a review.
Looks like Salt City is playing a little bit of defense. I think everyone's playing some defense on Mecha Spartans, trying to prevent them from getting over to the loading zone. Salt City going back to their human player to gather more artifacts. Mecha Spartans giving them more defense again. Can Salt City get over there? No, they cannot. They shoot out of bounds. We'll see what the refs say about that. Mecha Spartans is trying to pin them, I think.
And here we come into endgame, the final 20 seconds. Special conditions exist on the field. There are special protected zones where teams can and cannot make contact, and also special scoring conditions for parking in that red and blue square on the audience side of the field. A full park supported by the foam in there gets a team, or an alliance, I should say, 10 points. A partial park gets them 5. Round of applause for the teams in qualification number 15. Team Proda. I'm going to bring you guys right around, if I can get their attention. We'll see. We're going to get them with Judge Advisor Greg Dick. Greg
They
has
have to
come
celebrate
down from upstate.
first.
Yeah, Proda, come on over, please.
They
we'll
have to
bring
celebrate
you guys your
first.
robot.
Allie. I need a dad joke. Come on
Greg,
down,
as you
Proda.
get started, I want to interrupt real quickly. We're going to say something? Oh, make a joke.
Okay.
Make a joke.
Why did the robot get arrested? Why did the robot get arrested?
Why did the... Something to do with batteries. But I didn't say
It
it
was
right.
charged with batteries.
Charged with batteries. I love it. It's very good. While we're on camera, and I'm not sure if a friend in the booth can tighten up on me, but Mira and I wanted to hold up. This is what the teams are playing for today. Yep, just don't move, Mira. All right, I'll go there. There you go. These were made by the Hot Glass team here at the Corning Museum of Glass in partnership with TARDIS. These are the trophies for this weekend's scrimmage. 2 teams will receive these today. We have 2 more for tomorrow. We just wanted to give some shine and thanks to that Hot Glass team and the artists who created these for us. Just outstanding work. Yeah, absolutely. Round of applause for the Hot Glass team and our partners here at the Museum of Glass. I'm going to give those back to you carefully. Can you do that?
Mhm.
All right, back out to the booth. And Greg, over to you and Proda. Please take it away.
Okay, this is Team Proda. I'm going to hand you the mic. Go down the line, tell me who you are and what you do on the team.
Perfect. I am Elijah. I am the main programmer on this team. I also drive the shooter mechanism, although I've never driven before, so I am very nervous. But yeah, that's my role.
All right, I'm Sean. I'm also one of the lead programmers, and I am the lead coach and portfolio editor.
Hey, I'm Joshua Poe. I'm the lead 3D designer, and I love our robot.
I am Mason, and I'm a builder.
I'm Levi, and I am also a builder.
Thank you, guys. By the way, my specialty is judging profiles, portfolios, if you ever need any help. You say here the most innovative part is your hopper and combined. Is combined like in the farm vehicle combined?
All right. Yeah. So with the combine thing, yeah, that's our front intake here. We are a triple combine robot, which these are actually custom 3D designed. Josh here designed them, and then we sent them off to China, and they liquid metal 3D printed them. So we string up our elastics here between those, and spin them up, and they look like a combine. So it's a combine style intake. And with our hopper here, the combines will feed the balls up this ramp, and then they'll drop down in there, which is nice because even if our combine goes down, our human player can drop 3 right in the top from the human player zone. And then from there, they drop down. There's like a trap door. We call it the kicker kind of servo here. And so that will drop down, let a ball drop, and then it will push it into the feed wheels here, and then into the flywheels. And the whole outtake here is adjustable angle, so we can go up and down. We don't have a rotation aspect, but we can do the elevation changes.
So your kicker to me looks kind of unique, right? It's a little different than most other teams. They seem to roll them up rather than kick them up. So on your sheet it says what are your most proudest of on your robot, and I didn't quite understand your answer of Mike Simmons, except now I see why that is. Tell me.
Well, this year we wanted to honor Mr. Mike Simmons for how much he's impacted our team. And there's actually this really cool feature on Bamboo Studio where you can take a person's photo image and actually create a physical 3D model of them. And it gave us, with AI, it created this object, and we were able to hook up, I believe it was 3 AMSs to a single printer and printed this off in about a day.
Okay, now I understand that. Is that a comb in his back pocket? Why would he need that? Why would Mike Simmons need a comb? I'm being facetious. It says here your biggest challenge was your intake. Is that what you iterated most through in the season?
Yeah, so you can see here where we have this other hole bored through our wall here. And so originally we were a dual combine robot. So only had 2. This first one stayed where it is for our first competition. We had this combine. We had that combine, and then where that bearing is was where the second one ran. And so opposed to, and this back plate wasn't here. So it would actually route the balls under our robot. But we found to be that there was this slop between where the intake would let out and the feed wheels would grab the ball. And that was allowing the ball to move side to side, which that would really throw off our accuracy. And so our shots were very inconsistent. And at that time when we had the 2 combines, we still had the hopper. And we noticed that the hopper had a much more consistent shot because it was straight from the kicker to the feed wheels to the flywheels. And so that's what motivated us to do the triple combine with a back plate that will feed them into our hopper. And even simple stuff like the wheels that we string our elastics on, those have been through probably 8 different iterations from some original 6-band designs where we would only have 6 going around to plastic 3D, I believe 12 or 8. I think it's 12. And we used to have, what motivated us to do the metal was we had these 3D printed ones. They were great until we realized how much contact is in this year's game. And we came out of a match and 3 of them were sheared right off. And so we said, this needs to be fixed. We cannot have this much maintenance between every match, having to change out these wheels so often. And so, yeah, that's what we designed up these wheels and got the metal ones from China.
Yeah, you noticed something that was very subtle when they did the reveal. Oh, simple game. Pick up these artifacts, shoot them. Pick them up, shoot them. There is a defensive aspect of this year's game. Yeah. Tell us about the Corning qualifier and what you ended up doing for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah, so I am the current longest standing member on this team. I joined the Freight Frenzy year. I think that was 2021, 22. And our team has evolved so much in those years. We went from like second to last place to being a pretty formidable bot. And then this Corning qualifier this year is the first time we have ever won a qualifier. We had Electric Mayhem Green. Thank you guys. You helped carry us. And we managed to go Corning from losers bracket. We beat Gorilla Bots and Mechanical Meltdown twice in a row to secure victory. Incredibly close game. Fouls and defense were really what actually overcame like that point deficit at the very end, and it was just incredible. It was really tense. Easily the proudest moment of the team. Think everything that happened our senior year. 3 of us here are seniors, so this is it. And like we managed to finally win in the last year we were going to be here, and it was just an incredible moment. We loved it.
That's great to hear about situations like that. So one last thing before I turn it back over to Mike. Any shout outs to coaches, mentors, parents, alumni?
So huge shout out to Mr. Paul for helping us with building the robot and just helping us all the late nights, and Mr. Golden. Yeah.
He's also my dad, so he's really cool.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Round of applause for Team Proda, 17222 from Twin Tiers Christian in Breezeport, New York, just up the street. So glad to have them with us today in a pretty monumental season, and this may be last gameplay for 3 of those seniors on the team. Thank you guys for being with us, and thank you, Greg, for continuing to introduce these teams to the crowd here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We're going to set our sights on match number 16. Match number 16 queuing now. That's going to see the Gorilla Bots partnered with West Fulton Fire, and Electric Mayhem partnered with the Enderbots. Mayhem and Enderbots on the Blue Alliance, Fulton and Gorilla on the red. You guys can queue to the field at this time. If you are just coming into the auditorium, welcome. Welcome to the Finger Lakes Robotics Expo. My name is Mike Simmons. I'm one of the live voices in the Excelsior region of upstate New York for the First Tech Challenge. I also happen to be a coach of Team 5356 TARDIS. They are your hosts today, partnering with the Corning Museum of Glass to bring today's event to life. We have with us 15 teams from New York and Pennsylvania playing in a scrimmage. This is an off-season event for fun. Our season runs from game launch in September through our regional, you might call it a state championship in March up at Mohawk Valley Community College, which is home of the Excelsior region. Excelsior spans from Buffalo to the Adirondacks, down to Westchester, the Hudson Valley, Albany, down to Binghamton and Corning and back. We've got our entire upstate region with 98 teams in it. 4 of those teams just played in match number 15, and I think we've got a score. Mira, what have you got to share?
Looks like that match goes to the Red Alliance. That was Mecha Spartans and Proda, I believe. So that Proda maintains their spot in second place. If the qualification matches stopped right now, they would be an Alliance captain. It doesn't look like fouls made a difference. It would probably be 2 minors from red to blue. That would be the 10 on the blue side. And then how many was it for the red or for blue? And there was a major and I believe 2 or 3 minors on the red side from blue to red. Penalties do not get subtracted from that alliance's score. They simply get added to the opposing alliance's score.
So we've got 4 on the floor, Electric Mayhem Green and Enderbots on the Blue Alliance, Gorilla and West Fulton on the red. You'll see those numbers in the black squares. Those represent their current rankings in our field of 15 teams. Top 2 will be Alliance captains when we round out around about 2:30 or so. We've got 4 matches to get in about the next hour. That shouldn't be too much of a trouble. We are going to have some special guests with Greg just at the top of excuse me, the top of the hour. Hive Voltage will do an interview with Greg. We'll learn a little bit more about them and their team. That'll be fun because Greg and High Voltage have never met before. High Voltage coming to us from Wellsboro, PA. They're visitors to the Excelsior region today. We're going to look for all 4 teams to be initialized. And once they are, we will randomize the field. If you're with us up in the balcony, excuse me, up in the balcony, welcome, whether you're just getting here or you've been with us for a minute. You're watching a scrimmage of the decode season, I should say, a First Tech Challenge. There's a different game every year. So sometimes we are collecting and hanging game pieces. Sometimes, like this year, we are shooting them willy-nilly across the field. Sometimes we are sorting or stacking. There's all sorts of different archetypes in these games, but a different one each season. It's released in the first week of September. Teams will conceive of a strategy, maybe do some proofs of concept and prototyping through the early fall, start iterating on some designs and fabrication and more as we get out towards later fall, October, November. Teams will start competing with their robots in December in the Excelsior region. We've got 2 events, one down in Peekskill and one in Penfield up near Rochester, with other events spread throughout the state in January and a couple more later in the season in February. At each of our 9 Excelsior events, teams are vying for a spot in the 32 teams, roughly a third of Excelsior, at our regional championships. That happened just about 3 weeks ago up at Mohawk Valley Community College. See Mayhem Green coming off field. Hopefully they are ready. We do want to move this thing along politely. We'll be looking for, thank you. I've got some pocket. Thank you. We're looking for initialization from all of our teams and states of readiness there. Corey's checking out our teams. Gorilla, Fulton, looking for a thumbs up from you guys. Excellent. Corey, Livia, spin the field, please. This is going to be match number 16. Mayhem, Ender, Gorilla, West Fulton. We're going to push this thing right along. Eyes up, get ready. Here it comes in 3, 2, 1. Mira, what do we got?
Looks like we have 3 bots alive for Autonomous. Doesn't look like Enderbots has an auto at this point. I take it back. Yes, they do. Enderbots has come alive. We're hearing lots of excitement over here from the Blue Alliance. Electric Mayhem Green deciding to empty that ramp. Looks like West Fulton has finished their Autonomous. Gorillabots as well. They end with a full ramp with 5 seconds to spare. Yet again, 4 bots alive as we go into the teleop period, our driver control period. Enderbots and West Fulton fighting for their spot in that far triangle, trying to get their spot to shoot. Looks like Electric Mayhem fixed their hood from last time when it was making very concerning noises. Hopefully it maintains through this match. Looks like Enderbots might be dead in the water. Hopefully they can get it back.
And it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, Mira. Enderbots has been effective really all season long. This is uncharacteristic for the team from Corning. Can their partners, Mayhem, maintain this lead? 130 to 97. Enderbots, try it again. You've got a green light on your bot. Meanwhile, the Red Alliance is creeping back into this. No, I see the Blue Alliance, 139, 107. We'll see how we go. Enderbots comes alive.
Enderbots back alive. They were able to fix that connection issue. Rapidly trying to get back to their spot. Per usual, the chaos in that larger triangle with all that legal defense this season. It is part of the game. Oh, looks like parts are coming off of the Enderbots robot. Looks like their battery has fallen out the back of their robot.
We're going to leave that to the referees. A special note, it's in a case, but the referees get to call if they want to make them a disabled on the field for safety. Their wires are now entwined with the wheel. I think
looks like their battery got stuck on their wheel and they got unplugged.
Do we have to call them disabled officially for anything? Okay.
Looks like both Electric Mayhem and West Fulton have made, looks like fulls in their bases. We'll see what the refs say about Enderbots.
So maybe a little bit more Velcro for our friends here in blue next time around. That was much smarter gameplay as we were very close to the end of the match. Their wires are almost entwined with their mechanism wheels, but they'll be able to recover from that. No problem. Beautiful park here from Mayhem. Didn't have anybody to play with. Fulton, we can see tape all around looking good. GorillaBots didn't go for the park over on this side. We'll see those scores are off the boards for right now, but we'll see those come out after Corey, Lisa, and the referees make their way through a final tabulation of the fouls and more. We're creeping up on 1:45. Want to make you aware of a couple special notes. In just an hour and 15 minutes, the 3 o'clock Hot Glass Show, is going to be a special robotics themed show. We do plan to clear the room for that. People will be welcome to stay here, but we are going to hit pause for probably about 45 minutes so that all of the teams here and our volunteers who are giving so mightily of their time can go and enjoy this FlexRex weekend here at the Corning Museum of Glass. That will be again with the Hot Shop team in the amphitheater just down the hallway. Note too that we've got a 3D printing station being hosted by TARDIS and various other contributors. That's up on the West Bridge just outside the auditorium. Electric Mayhem Green is on station with a mighty array of outreach activities. They've got a life-size Super Mario Kart, a theremin, I think a laser light show. And you know what? We haven't mentioned this today. Do you believe in goldfish or miracles? But Mayhem has a goldfish-powered robot that's here with us in the Corning Museum of Glass today. If you go see them in the Gather Gallery, just off the admissions lobby, Howard the Goldfish is there driving their robot around the Gather Gallery. I am not making this up. There is a goldfish-powered robot here at the museum this weekend. We do it all here at the Corning Museum of Glass. We've got our friends from the New York State Troopers. They're here with a bomb disposal robot, and I hear a couple drones on static display up in the admissions lobby. We've also got Corning Incorporated's MT&E division with a really state-of-the-art X-planar table that's a demo model, but indicative of what could be used in automated cells in manufacturing processes. Be sure to check that out. Looks like a really, really expensive air hockey table, and it's very cool. So we got a report there from head referee Corey. I think Olivia behind the scenes, our scorekeeper, is saying, yes, we've got a score. Let's take a look. Goes to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 193 to 172. And, oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? The Red Alliance gave that one away. Mira, what happened there?
Oh, I was just talking with one of our head refs, Corey, and GorillaBots was out of bounds in the shooting areas, and they shot 3 balls, and all of them made it in the goal. So that would be 3 majors, and then along with that, they also got a minor as well. So there's a minor for each alliance, and then the Red Alliance gave the Blue Alliance 3 majors as well.
And with that, we will take the teams for match 17, which include
Oncoming Storm, Nuclear Detonation, Mechanical Meltdown, and High Voltage.
After which, High Voltage will spend a little bit of extra bonus time up here with Judge Advisor Greg Dick for their interview and presentation.
If you've never seen FTC before, firstly, welcome. We're so happy you're here. Secondly, these 15 teams are trying to earn either a first alliance captain or a second alliance captain spot. Throughout the day, they're trying to get as high in rankings as they physically can. And by the end of the day, we can see up on the board, first place is, I believe, first place would be Mechanical Meltdown, I believe. And then second place goes to Proto currently. However, that can change a lot. in these next 3 matches, as we know. After the Robot Hot Glass Show, once we all come back, we will do what's called alliance selection, where the top 2 teams, normally it's 6 teams, but for FLX, we are only doing 2 teams. The top 2 teams would pick another team to be their alliance partner. So throughout the day, the alliance partners are randomized. But after alliance selection, that if TARDIS was a alliance captain and they chose Saints to be their alliance partner, TARDIS and Saints are going to be together for the rest of the day through elimination matches. Normally, we have 10 to 11 elimination matches at qualification events and also regionals. However, for FLX, we are doing a best 2 out of 3 just for time. So we will see that later in the day around 4 o'clock after the Robot Hot Glass Show. I think we have 4 bots on the field. I think we're almost ready to start this next match. As we're getting ready for this next match, let me introduce our teams really quick. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 6996, Oncoming Storm. Their alliance partner is 16854, Nuclear Detonation. Give it up for the Red Alliance. Their opponents over on the Blue Alliance, it's Mechanical Meltdown, our first ranked team currently, 12833. Give it up for Mechanical Meltdown, please. There you go. Their alliance partner from Pennsylvania, who we haven't seen in the Excelsior area before, it's 21916 High Voltage. Did we randomize? Can we get a randomize, please? Purple, green, purple. Mechanical Meltdown, High Voltage, are we ready? Nuke Det and Oncoming Storm, are we ready? We already have a thumbs up from our head refs. I think it's time to start this match in 3, 2, 1. Right off the bat in Autonomous, 4 bots on the move. Looks like 6996 makes 3 of their shots in the red goal. Their alliance partner, Nuclear Detonation, making those shots in the red goal as well. Looks like Oncoming Storm, 6996, and Nuclear Detonation are all done for Autonomous, along with 12833. Oh, I take it back. They're still moving. As we move into teleop, this is our driver control period. In the first 30 seconds of the match, it is what we call autonomous. So the robots are pre-programmed to drive and score themselves. Teams work on them all year, and let's see what is happening in this match. High Voltage's human player giving them another 2 artifacts. Looks like Nuclear Detonation is filling up that red ramp. Do they decide to empty it? Looks like they are emptying it. Mechanical Meltdown making a straight 3 from that far triangle. Oncoming Storm trying to find more artifacts to shoot in the red goal. And they get 3 in. Score is currently leading to the Red Alliance, but it's a very close score. Only by 10 points. And we've seen all day, really all season, that penalties can make quite a big difference in the score. Mechanical Meltdown going to grab another 3, coming back to the far zone to shoot them. And they are going to go find more. Looks like High Voltage and Nuclear Detonation are playing a little bit of defense over there in the large triangle. High Voltage is trying to get to the human player, but they're getting a little stuck on their alliance partner, Mechanical Meltdown. As we get into our endgame period, teams are going to line up in the blue and red boxes towards the front of the field. Looks like we're done. All right, now that that match is over, as our refs score, we are going to send High Voltage over to say hello to Greg Dick over at the table for their interview. High Voltage. High Voltage.
Come on over, High Voltage. Come on over.
And your
Hi, guys.
bot to
So
you.
you're our team from Pennsylvania, yes? Welcome to Excelsior region. I think Mike explained earlier that our region is everything in New York except the city and Long Island. Do you know what geographic area you guys cover by any chance? Okay, no problem. Okay, let's start out. I need a mic. Go down the line. Give us your name and what you do with the robot.
Hey everybody, my name is Connor. I am our driver and social networking person.
My name is Xander, and I'm the human player.
My name is Jack. I'm the driver, coach, and innovator.
My name is Aiden. I'm a builder.
My name's Tavi, and I'm a driver and a builder.
So, you guys are the Hive. I noticed you kind of got almost a bumblebee coloring here, I guess. Yeah, I noticed that. That's great. You said that. I'm sorry. You say on here that your robot is designed to be hand loaded, so you don't have an intake. No. So tell us about that. How did you come up with deciding to go that way?
Well, so originally we were working on our launcher, which was our main priority, and we decided that it would be more efficient for us to focus on consistent launching than try to double task and get a preloader or loader, I guess.
I can tell you I've been fortunate to judge the Think Awards at Worlds, and a cost benefit analysis or a risk reward analysis type of thing you're talking about, judges look for that. So they like to know that you didn't just do it because it didn't work. It was a conscious decision. So you say let's see. You talk about using limit switches, I think. I wasn't quite sure what that was. Can someone explain?
Yeah, so when we turn around the launcher to push the balls up, there's like this kind of like, how do I say it? It just pushes it up, and we don't want it to overextend and like break anything. So there's a limit switch. It's hidden right here. And so once it comes up, it hits it, and then it'll stop so we don't push it all the way, and it'll return back to where.
That's something you learned over the season. You have to add it.
Yeah.
So you learned over the season you needed to add that. Says your biggest challenge was the accuracy of your shooter. Did that improve over the season, and how did you do that?
I got that. So, at the beginning of the season, going into our regional district, whatever kind of competition, we were using only these wheels to launch, and it was inaccurate with they were just 3D printed and like almost not hollow, but there was nothing inside. And so we had just put rubber bands on all of these, not just randomly. So it was inaccurate, and we would have to wait for the wheels to spin back up to speed to shoot. So we decided that for more accuracy, we would there's metal inside of these to keep the centrifugal force going. And so with the ramp, while these are spinning fast, we just get up close and it makes every single one without any like variability much.
Yes, you're right. It did say you implanted metal nuts. They're not loose, right? They're tied down, I assume. Proudest moment, you mentioned your ramp.
Yeah, so going to regionals, we didn't have the ramp, and we didn't place real high, but we somehow scored enough points to make it to states. And so during the time we made this, and now we basically can make every single ball in.
And it said you managed to go to state. That's obviously Pennsylvania state, right? Where was that held, and what was the experience like?
That was in Allentown, correct? Yeah, it was in Allentown. When we got there, we were a bit overwhelmed, honestly, because like we said, coming out of regionals, we were kind of an underdog with just the most advancement points. It was a good learning experience, realizing that we needed to improve on our robot, spend more time on it, because this was mostly like a second thing, because we're all involved in our own things, and this was kind of secondary. But we really want to focus on improving our networking and portfolios next year. And so, yeah, it was just a really good learning experience.
You guys have fun doing this? A lot of fun? How do you celebrate success?
Go to dinner and eat real good.
Okay, one last thing. Any shout outs to coaches, mentors, parents, older brother, younger sister who gave you an idea?
Yeah, we would like to shout out our sponsors. Just for our Wellsboro Area School District, our Nanny and Grampy, Mansfield Crane, Brad E.D. Grafford, Tri-County Electric, and the coolest aunt in the world.
That's funny. I randomly came up with like a sister or something, but you have relatives on your shirt. That's wonderful. Okay, great guys. Thanks for stopping by and talking, and good luck with the rest of the day. And welcome to here, and come back anytime. Thanks. Back to you, Mira or Mira. Okay.
All right. Hey, thank you, Red Dick. You didn't have to come today, but you being here today has made it even better. Next up, we have match 18. In match 18, we need Electric Mayhem Green, Team TARDIS on the Red Alliance, and Mecha Spartans and Salt City over on the Blue Alliance. Yeah. And as we get ready for this next match, we have scores from match 17. That goes to the Blue Alliance. That would be High Voltage and Mechanical Meltdown. Looks like the fouls would have made a difference, I believe. So non-penalized would have been 110 for the Red Alliance and 105 for the Blue Alliance. So fouls do make a difference in this game. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, like that last match. Looks like we're still looking for Electric Mayhem Green to come join us on the field. There they are. Teams are allowed to preset with 3 artifacts already loaded into their bot so they can score in autonomous. Afterwards, in autonomous, they can go and pick up any of the artifacts laid out already on the field. But in autonomous, human players are not allowed to put their hands inside the field, reach any artifacts, and they're never allowed to touch the robot for safety reasons. Two reminders for not only teams in the pit and also audience members as well. Firstly, safety glasses are needed if you're down here on the floor with the robots. If you're in the balcony, you don't need them. But if you're down here, you do need to have safety glasses on to protect your eyes. Another reminder is that at the end of around 2:30, we're going to have our last interview of the day. And then everyone, teams included, we are gonna go over to the hot glass show, the robot themed hot glass show, which is gonna be super, super cool. So the auditorium and the matches are gonna be shut down for a little bit. If you're in the audience and you're up in the balcony and you can just stay up there, but there would just be no robot kids in the auditorium. And then after that, at around 4 o'clock is when we will do what's called alliance selection. So the first and second ranked teams will be picking another alliance to be their alliance partner for our elimination matches, which we'll do best 2 out of 3. Normally at competitions throughout the season, we have 6 alliances for eliminations, but here at FLX we are only doing 2, and we will do more elims and more qualification matches tomorrow as well. That being said, teams are trying to get to the first or second rank in qualification matches, not only today but also tomorrow, when we'll have basically a whole new scrimmage just with the same teams. Begin. I spent too much time talking, so I'm going to really quickly introduce these teams as we get headed into match 18. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Electric Mayhem Green and their alliance partner, Team TARDIS. Their opponents over on the Blue Alliance, it's Mecha Spartans and our rookies in Excelsior, Salt City Robotics. All right, now we are randomized. Teams, are you ready? Red Alliance, are we ready? Blue Alliance? Are we ready? We ready? TARDIS? Okay. I'm going to guess that the refs are ready. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Let's play. 3 bots alive at the moment. Electric Mayhem Green and TARDIS are trying to make shots into that red goal, and they do. Salt City taking 3 long shots from the back triangle and then moving off the line to get those 3 extra points. Mecha Spartans making more shots into the goal. Some of them just glance off the front face of the goal, unfortunately. Looks like Salt City is done, and looks like Mecha Spartans are done for their autonomous. And Mayhem is done as well. Head into our drive and control teleop period. Teams are trying to find those artifacts and shoot them. Looks like Electric Mayhem Green might have balls stuck in their shooter, unfortunately. Salt City making shots from the tip of the large triangle, which they were not able to do about a month ago. There's balls flying everywhere, and our field resetters, thank you for being here, and they are trying to catch all those artifacts and get them back onto the field. Team TARDIS picking up more artifacts from the red secret tunnel and shooting them into that red goal. Mechanical Salt City is shooting more into the blue goal on the other side of the field. Looks like there's some defense happening between Electric Mayhem Green and Mecha Spartans and Salt City now, all trying to earn their place up in the tip of that triangle to get their shooting location. TARDIS making 3 more shots into the red goal. Currently, the Red Alliance has a lead, 96-24. Let's see what happens in the last 45 seconds. TARDIS making more shots, going back to their human player, making circuits between the small triangle and shooting with their human player. I don't know what just happened, but I heard a big hit. I hope that Salt City's robot is okay. Oh, now I see what happened. So, Salt City's front plate, part of their lift, has actually fallen off from getting hit by the other bots. We've been in endgame for a while, and TARDIS making a last shot, making a mad dash to that red. Wow. TARDIS making a mad dash to that red base. Electric Mayhem Green using their kickstand along with the Mecha Spartans on the blue side. Not quite sure what happened. I think you guys, did Salt City get 2 hits from robots and then it fell off? That was unexpected, to say the least. Hopefully you guys are able to reattach that once you get back to your pit. As a reminder, there are STEAM-themed activities spread throughout the museum. Please check out the Ed Lab, the Education Lab. I believe if you got a pamphlet at admissions, you'll have the schedule on that as well. Oh, is this a part? Is this a part from your robot? Yeah. Dang. So is this plexiglass? Is this so a piece of plexiglass came off Mecha Spartan's the edge of their robot.
So what we're going to do next, friends, we're going to play qualification match number 19 after we post the scores out for 18. Just after that, our judge advisor from Excelsior, Greg Dick, is going to interview Suffren. That's team 7486 from downstate in Westchester County. That'll be on or about 2:30. We'll do that for a few minutes. Immediately thereafter, we're going to have a special presentation here in the theater. Ask you to stick around for that. More on that in a bit, but it's under wraps right now, if you will. After the special presentation, we're going to invite everybody in the pits out to the amphitheater, to the Hot Glass Show at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock. the incredible Hot Glass team here at the Corner Museum of Glass is going to hold their second robotics-themed glass blow of the day. Over to Mira for the score report on 18.
Looks like match 18 goes to the Red Alliance. That would be Electric Mayhem Green and Team TARDIS. Looks like there were 30 foul points from red to blue. Foul points do not get subtracted from that team's score. However, it did not make that large of a difference. The Red Alliance would have won either way.
Now, what that means, friends, is at this point we have either 3 or 4 matches left today, because here's what's going to happen. We'll host match number 19 between Suffern and Gorilla Bots versus Proto and Robovines. So Suffern, Gorilla, Proto, Robovines, get moving to the field at this time. When we get to eliminations just after the Hot Glass show, we are going to do a very quick alliance selection, approximately 3:45 for that, and the top 2 teams coming out of qualifications will form 2-team alliances. So we will have 4 teams playing in a best 2 out of 3 elimination for the glass trophies that we showed you earlier. So that's all to come. That is going to be best 2 out of 3. So if it goes to a tiebreaker, we still have 4 matches in front of us.
We are still looking for Gorilla Bots and I believe Proto over on the field. No rush. We have plenty of time.
For those of you maybe watching on the live stream, or any of you guests in the audience, we're doing this all again tomorrow. The Finger Lakes Robotics Expo, first ever, is continuing tomorrow. Museum hours from 9 to 5, main expo hours from 10 to about 4:30 in the afternoon. We would love to see even more guests here at the world famous, world-class, just amazing Corner Museum of Glass. They've been incredible hosts and partners with Team 5356 TARDIS, as the TARDIS outreach team has developed this program, a first of its kind in our region and here at the CMOG. So again, we'll be out back tomorrow with more demonstrations, more scrimmage, 2 more trophies on the line, more 3D printing, more hot glass shows, more time with the bomb disposal bots from the New York State Troopers. We'd love to see you or a neighbor, a teammate, a friend out here tomorrow on Sunday, March 29th. Let's officially meet these teams, Mira, now that we're 4 on the floor, and we'll push this thing right along.
As we get started on match 19, I think it's time we meet these teams. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Team 7486 Suffern Robotics. Their alliance partner, 5485 the Gorilla Bots. They like to monkey around. Is that funny? They like to monkey around? No? Ah. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 17222 Proto. Their alliance partner in green is 6955 Robovines.
All right, Mira, are we looking good in there? 4 on the floor, and let's check it out.
Red Alliance, are we ready? Yes, you were red. Blue Alliance, are we ready? Referees, I'm guessing we're ready. All right, time to start our last qualification match of the day, match 19. Here we go in 3, 2, 1.
And right out the gate, we see 4 robots coming alive. Looks like, not sure if Gorilla is happy or frustrated by that. Looks like frustrated. Suffern takes 2 of their shots up and in, 74-86. Comes back to harvest a couple more with a rubber band intake. Proto cheering on their team from the Blue Alliance box with Robovines. They've got a full classification ramp as Suffern is taking shots wide off the mark, right down the middle. 28-11 as we come towards Teleop and send it over to Mira.
As we start our teleop period, our driver control period, all of the bots are alive once again. Proto making those long shots that they love taking from this far triangle, getting more artifacts from the human player. Roboline's picking up more from the loading zone, getting a little bit stuck on Suffern, as Suffern also tries to get to the loading zone. Robovine's choosing to empty their gate and then pick up those artifacts as well. Good to see Gorilla Bots up and running once again after they've had multiple mechanical issues and programming issues throughout the day. It's good to see them up and running. Proto continuing to make those long shots, going over to the emptied red gate to pick up more on the way. Good communication between Proto's human player and the drive team as they need more artifacts over from the human player. GorillaBots going over to a very full loading station, trying to pick up more artifacts as we almost get to our end game period. It is now end game. It is now end game.
Post game here, 104.89, 104.92 with 15 seconds left to play. Special parking conditions exist in that near side red and blue square. We're going to see bots have to stay away from those if it's not their color. You see the bots vying for position, 10 points for full, 5 points for partial. That's the game. Round of applause for these teams in qualification match number 19. Now with that, Mira, who are we sending over to interview with Greg?
We need Software and Robotics over to the table with Judge Advisor Greg Dick, along with the rest of the Suffern team.
So Suffern, you guys can head that way. We're going to turn it right over to Greg. And then again, friends, we're going to have a special presentation in the theater in about 10 minutes or so. We'd invite you to stay. We would love to have all of our Excelsior teams and coaches be in the room for that as well. And then we're going to clear the room. You're welcome to stay, but we will stop gameplay between 3 o'clock and 3:45 so that the Excelsior teams and Hive can attend the Hot Glass Show. Greg, who do we have with you right now, my friends? Oh, first a joke. Greg, take it away.
Thanks, Mike. Welcome, Stuff. Long day, Suffering Robotics. Everybody here? I see a couple of blue shirts. And if you get your robot, oh, good. Okay, so we got to start with a dad joke, right? Where did the kittens go to see art? At the museum. Oh, yeah. Enough of that. Okay, let's start out again like I've been doing. I'll give you the mic, pass it down, tell us your name and what area you work on with the robot or the team.
Hello, I am Josh Bleacher. I work for marketing on Suffering Robotics.
I'm Braden Gutterman. I'm assistant captain in design.
I'm Ethan Leone. I am the captain and lead designer.
I'm Ramazamani and I'm fabricator.
I'm Grace and I
Fabricator.
Thank you, everybody. Says here one of your biggest challenges this season was your flywheel consistency. Anybody want to talk about that? I see little smiles like, yeah.
Yeah, so one of our biggest issues we had this year was consistency with our flywheel. So we went through about 10 iterations to get us to be able to shoot consistently. So at first we had a basically a box with 2 wheels on each side, but we found that with two motors was inconsistent, and also a square was inconsistent because the artifact was basically able to slide around inside of the launcher. So we made it a circular design to try and constrain the artifact to only its own itself, and we also went down to 1 motor to allow for greater consistency. Additionally, we added steel flywheels, which increase the axle's inertia, which allows us to have a faster respin up time. On the programmatic side, we also use PID on our motor, which essentially what that means is it tracks the motor's velocity and detects when we shoot, the drops when we shoot. So when we shoot a ball, it detects the velocity drop and is able to compensate by increasing the power to the motor. Additionally, we curved our launcher, which allows even compression across the entire launching sequence. That also helped with consistency between launches.
Okay, the other thing I saw interesting in your write-up is your semi-passive indexer. I've been at 6 qualifiers this year. I didn't hear a single mention of a semi-passive indexer. Tell me what that is.
All right, so it's only semi-passive because it still requires 1 input, but there's a lot of passive mechanisms inside of our spindexer mechanism that make it so much simpler. Basically, we took the classic spindexer design, where it just rotates the balls around, and usually you have a separate servo as a kicker to bring the balls back out. However, we made all of the spokes inside the spindexer that carry the balls round and round into slopes, which there's a little bar at the very back of the robot that lifts up when the balls move one way. However, it stays down and acts as a ramp when the balls go in the opposite direction, allowing them to basically shoot up into the launcher when going one way and simply pass through that section when going the opposite direction. So to organize, you just go left, and to shoot, you just go right. It's a very simple system. I think that's it.
Okay, tell me about this interesting honeycomb type thingy here. That's polycarb, yes? Let's talk about that.
Well, we recently got our CNC machine this year. First time we've had a CNC machine in like 5 years or so. And we took a polycarb sheet with its light diffusing properties, and we added light bars around the outside, which diffuse their light throughout the entire sheet, making the entire thing glow. Each of the hexagons has been individually carved into it with specific frost, and we frosted over them so they all capture the light going through. And it basically turns it into one big light instead of a bunch of little sensor lights around the robot, because it's so much clearer to see when the entire robot is glowing.
Another unique element there, yeah. So it looks like you went through at least 3 major revisions. Can you tell me. So this is your final robot. This is like version 3.
Yeah, so the robots come a long way, definitely. The first time we had around September, October-ish was a very simple one. It was basically a launcher coming out the front and a ramp at the back. It could only hold about two artifacts, and the ramp, instead of being curved, was just straight. So it was a little harder to shoot and aim, and also we could only hold 2. The second revision, we added the spindexer, and we shortened it to 1 motor instead of 2. And eventually, when we got to revision 10 of the launcher, everything came together with the polycarb sheet. Yes, 10 revisions on the launcher. And we also made it so that this entire robot is actually modular. So if there's a part at the bottom you need to replace or it's broken, you can just take everything out, replace that part, and put everything back together like it was.
I see you had a little bit of a mishap at States. Yeah, oh, yeah. Tell me about that.
My bad. Yeah, my bad, guys. Our robot cart is very, very, very top heavy. So I was pushing it over to the practice field, and I stopped, and it toppled, and we landed right on our camera and completely cracked off our launcher. Motor mount for our launcher. Luckily, we had a complete, because of the modularity of our robot, we had a complete separate extra launcher built, which is this one right here that we're still using. So we were able to just basically replace this primary gear assembly here, and it took us like 20 minutes, and we were able to be back up and running again.
I worked in the semiconductor industry making microchips. Have you ever seen the pizza-size silicon wafer? I dropped one of those. Just about 1,000 pieces. Okay, couple last things. You guys have fun? How do you celebrate?
Well, on the team, we like to celebrate each individual person's goal along with the team's overall success. So one of the things we're going to do probably when we get back is have a team meeting like we usually do every Monday to go over all the things that we do well, all the things that we don't do well. And when we get back to school, we're going to come together and we're going to say, okay, so our robot did well for this. This is what we could improve in the future. Although our season is over, we can still improve in any event we're going to, such as this one. Ethan, you want to add on to that?
So the real way we celebrate it is we have an end of the year party with all of our alumni, and it's really fun, and we make custom awards based on FTC for each and individual member of the team, based on how they participated on the robot.
Very nice. Okay, one last thing. Any shout outs to mentors, coaches, family members, whatever?
You want to shout out?
Our coaches are Mr. Magno, Mr. Quinn, and Alex Goldstein.
Yeah, so we just want to thank our coaches for all their time and their support. This is Mr. Mugno's last year. We're very sad to see him go. I mean, he's been with our team for almost over 20 years now. Yeah. Of course, Alex Goldstein, FTA. And Mr. Quinn is our new coach. He's going to be next year, so we want to thank them.
We also want to thank all the people who donate to our team to help us gain money so we can buy parts and make sure that our robot is as good as you see in front of us. It'd be very difficult under a limited budget to work with all these expensive parts and constantly buying new ones. We also want to thank everybody who comes out, all the parents who come out to see us, all the 3.5-hour drive we had to take to get here and all the stuff we had to put in cars. It was a very long journey, but it was well worth it.
Don't worry, I brought another launcher.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for talking to me. Welcome here, and enjoy the rest of the time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mike, or Myra, or someone. Grab what?
Tyler says it's all me. Hello, everybody. Is everybody having fun today? This is about the coolest thing we've ever done. And by we, I mean TARDIS. Oh, hello. So, awesome event, you guys. You should be super proud of yourselves. And I don't know if everybody remembers or knows, but TARDIS won the Inspire Award at our regional championship this year. Best in show, to those of you that don't know what the Inspire Award is. So I have your Inspire Award banner. Who are the seniors on the team? Come on up. Seniors on the team get to unveil it together. Do it. Congratulations, TARDIS! Photo op. Congratulations, you guys.
Right. So, friends, we've got about 20 minutes before the hot glass show at 3 o'clock. I do understand, Scott in the booth, can you give me a thumbs up? The hot glass show will be shown in here as well. Is that right? All right. So what's going to happen? We're going to invite all of the Excelsior and Pennsylvania teams, high voltage, over into the amphitheater, which is just out and up the escalators just a ways. Got it. We can push those. Thank you. And we're going to see that 3 o'clock hot glass show. The plan is to be back in here for Alliance selections with, let's see, Mechanical Meltdown and Proto, our number 1 and number 2 seeds right now. So they have some decisions to make. Let's post the scores because that could update that. Thank you, Tyler. I was premature. Go ahead, Olivia. Does this change anything? Blue wins and does not change anything. That's all right.
And
So Proto's there in number 2. Mech Melt will be our number 1 Alliance captain. And for those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, we will have a best 2 of 3 elimination with 2 teams playing against 2 teams. For our FTC friends, it is a much simplified, hey, who do you want Alliance selection. I'm not going to do the script. I'm not going to give the examples. We're going to be very efficient at 3:45. We will play best 2 out of 3 before crowning today's scrimmage champion at FlexRex 26. And I would estimate we are done around 4:30 or so. So if you're out there on the live stream, stick around. Things are going to be quiet for about an hour or so. And again, if you are at home here in the theater or you want to stay here and not make your way to the amphitheater, the robotics themed hot glass show will be displayed on our screens here in the theater, courtesy of our friends up in the booth from the Museum of Glass. Congratulations to TARDIS on its Inspire win. And now, banner, you got a little hardware to take home. And once again, friends, we'll be back with you at about 3:45. The hot glass show starts at 3 o'clock. There is second floor seating in the amphitheater. Teams, that might be great preferential seating for you. There are screens all the way around as well. Make sure you guys grab some water and a snack here. That won't be permitted in the amphitheater. So just be aware of that boundary. And we should see you guys at 3:45. Thank you so much.
Scott, do you have any LPE6 batteries for Canon cameras in the house? LPE6. It's got a flat base plate and a dome. It's about the length of two AA's.
whole other layer of molten clear glass on top of this little bubble that we have here. Now over here is our melting furnace, and the bottom half of it is a big ceramic bowl called a crucible. And inside of our crucible is about 275 pounds of molten clear glass that moves a little bit like honey. So in order for Tom to collect this honey-like glass, he starts by letting that glass really cool down and solidify. So he has a nice, solid, stable core. And when he goes back in that furnace, it doesn't wiggle around too much on him or move around too much. Now, in order to collect this glass, he's going to take that bubble and plunge it into that molten material. He then turns very quickly and winds up almost 3 times the amount of glass on the end of this pipe here in just a couple of seconds. And when Tom comes out, he'll have 2 gathers or 2 collections from the furnace and plenty of glass to make the piece that he has in mind for us. At this stage, if Tom stops turning, that glass will just slip and fall off the pipe, fall right to the floor. So he's always turning throughout the whole process to keep it in the middle. And at this stage, it's just to keep that glass from falling onto the floor. Now, the tool he's using here is a wooden tool. And wood, typically, when touching 2,000-degree material, would just catch right on fire. So this wooden tool is soaked in water. And you might have even noticed that Tom turned around and dunked that wooden tool back into that bucket of ordinary tap water back there to make sure that he had a little bit of water and a little bit of steam to go in between his flammable material and the glass itself. That's also how this little hand pad right here works. Do you folks know what that little hand pad is made out of? Any guesses? Newspaper, exactly. It's about 10 sheets of folded up wet newspaper, which is such a surprising tool to shape glass with. Wet newspaper. But when you get enough sheets of newspaper, all the little fibers of paper are crossing back and forth across each other. The steam can't pass through the paper, so Tom's hand is nice and comfortable and he can start to shape that glass up and cool it down. Now this step right here is called putting in a jack line. Tom squeezes in a thin, weak line in between his bubble that he plans to keep and the glass that's left on the blowpipe. That thin, weak line is called the jack line, and it's one of the most important steps of the process, because creating a weak spot to break this piece free from in a nice, clean, even way is essential to all the pieces that we make. It kind of works like the line of a chocolate bar, somewhere for it to snap and break off of later on. And all of the pieces that we see up in the front of the stage, they were all made during demonstrations just like this. And each one of them had a step in it, just like the one Tom's working on, that jack line there. Tom's also added on our automatic inflation device to the end of his blowpipe. That little white cap attached to a tube goes to an automatic air pressure system with just a very small amount of air pressure. He controls it through a little foot pedal on the floor, so if that tube is on there and the glass is getting bigger, it just means Tom's pressing that little foot pedal to inflate that glass a little bit. Now over here in this corner, this is our reheating chamber, and our reheating chamber does exactly that. It reheats the glass to keep the glass moving and changing in shape, and it sits at about the same temperature as our melting furnace over here, 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Now the big difference between our reheating chamber and our melting furnace is that our reheating chamber only has the glass on the end of Tom's blowpipe, whereas our melting furnace has all of that molten glass pulled in the bottom of it. And this whole studio is running off of electricity. This is an entirely electric studio, and you do find a number of electric melting furnaces like the one we see over here, but there are only about 6 electric reheating chambers out there in the world, so this is a very unusual and unique piece of equipment that Tom is working with here. And he uses that equipment to get his glass really nice and hot to start to stretch it out. He then uses this tool here, which is 2 wooden dowels soaked in water. They're called parchofis, and he's using them to squeeze in a little waste in his piece to give it this lovely shape to it. Now, Tom could leave it just like that. He could also heat it up and stretch it longer, so we'll see what Tom has in mind for this piece here. But you'll notice that quite quickly, Tom pops back up and heads back over to the reheating chamber. It doesn't take long for that glass to start to lose its heat and start to solidify. So Tom's often jumping back up and forth between that reheating chamber and his bench. And you'll notice that throughout the process, Tom's always reheating that glass. And one important thing to know about glass is that when glass is a little bit hot, it's a little bit expanded. And as it cools down, it contracts and it shrinks. So as Tom soaks all of this heat in here, gets it nice and warm, and starts to stretch and elongate it. And you'll notice that he's always warming up a little bit of his whole piece of glass to make sure it doesn't get too cold and potentially shrink too much or unevenly throughout the process. Now Tom uses his paper to cool down the tip of the bubble while he starts to inflate it. And if we're imagining Tom's final piece, the bottom is what's towards me right now, and the top is what's towards the blowpipe. So the next big step is to give this piece somewhere to stand on. So we'll see what Tom has in mind for that. All right. So I'm going to wind up a little bit of material and bring it right over to Tom, who's going to use this as the foot or the base of his piece. I'll get this fresh glob of glass, bring it right over. And glass really likes to stick to hot things, including hot metal and other hot pieces of glass. So when Tom takes this fresh glob of glass and he sticks it onto the bottom, he winds it around, pulls it as fine as a hair, and it just casts right off, and it's permanently fused to the bottom of his piece. He then takes this tool here, this graphite paddle, and starts to shape it up just a little bit. And then I'm going to go on the bottom with this dry paddle, and we'll just work together to give this a nice base to sit on. And now we have the bottom half of Tom's piece all pulled together. We have a base and we have a beautiful waist on this piece. And in order to work on the other side, we're going to make what's called a punty. And this punty will be the handle that will hold on to Tom's piece for the rest of the process. Now, unlike that foot that I brought over molten from the furnace, I want this punty to be a little bit cooler. If I bring it over molten from the furnace, it'll stick on there, but it'll also be permanently fused to the bottom of Tom's piece, making it very difficult for him to remove it later on. So I shape it up and I cool it down on this steel table here so that it's still very hot and hot enough to stick to Tom's piece, but not so hot that he can't get it unstuck later on. So I'll bring this over to Tom. He's going to take it and place it right in the center of the bottom of his piece. And then we turn together for a moment, making sure that this handle is right in the middle, not off to either side. And when these glasses are both the right temperature, Tom can put a small droplet of water in between the piece itself and the punty. That's going to shock and cool that glass right there in that spot. And with a light tap, it just pops right off. And what do we think about that, everybody? Pretty impressive, right? Let's give Tom a big round of applause. Because that is really not easy to do. Early on in your glass career, you'll find that that is where you lose most of the pieces that you make. That glass might be too cold or too hot. All right, great. Can I steal these ones from you? Great. So I'm going to make for Tom a little wrap. And this is going to be an additional bit that he's going to use to decorate the side of his piece. I'll gather up a little bit of material, and then I'll shape it up into a little point. And I'll use a pair of glass shears or scissors to cut it to a really fine point. Now, I'm excited that Tom's showing you this technique of adding a wrap on a piece, because it's going to show us a couple of interesting things about the working properties of glass. It's going to show us how stretchy glass can be. And it's also going to show us something that can only be done by hand. Most of the world's glass is machine made in this day of glass. But if you see something like this little trail that Tom's going to put on the side of his piece, you'll know that that is a piece that was definitely made by hand. So I've got a little glob of glass. I've cut it to a point. Tom's just getting his top of his piece really nice and hot. And then he's going to use this tool here called the Sophietta to blow and inflate the top of this to get a lovely round shape to the top of his piece as well. My shape got a little funky, so I'm just going to give it one quick pass to fix it up. Do you want me to cut that again for you? So I want to bring this over the right shape and the right heat for Tom to be able to do this. It's still a little bit cold, so I'll wait just a little bit. And how I know it's a little cold, I'm just watching how this glass is moving. Once I see a good amount of movement in the material, I'll bring it right over to Tom, who's going to take it and place it on the side of his piece. That glass will stick to the side of it, and then he'll wind it around, showing us how stretchy glass can be to give us this lovely wrap all around the top. And yeah, you have the right idea. Let's give Tom a big round of applause. And isn't that such an interesting quality of material that it can just stretch and pull? And we could keep going, keep stretching that until we run out of the material. But now we have this lovely wrap on the side, and Tom's going to use the same tool that he used to squeeze in that neckline to start to stretch and open up the top of this even more. You'll notice he really focuses that heat on the top half of it. And you'll notice Tom's very even about how he turns his glass, but he might pause every once in a while to just see how quickly that glass is moving and falling. That's how we can tell how hot our glass is, if it's ready to do this next step, is by how much that glass is moving. When Tom's out here in the room temperature air, we can kind of see a little glow coming off of the glass, which is a great indication that the glass is hot, but it can kind of be a way to misjudge how hot it is. Depending on how bright it is outside, a big, bright, sunny day, you might think it's not so hot because that glass doesn't seem like it's glowing so much. And on a cold day, it might be glowing so much, and you think it's so hot, but it really isn't. Now, Tom gets that really nice and hot and starts to stretch and open that glass up a little bit more. This tool here is called the jacks, and they are made of metal. But you might notice every once in a while little flames coming off of that metal tool because there's a little bit of beeswax on it that helps it glide across the surface of the glass. And this here would be a beautiful vase just like this, but watch closely because something tells me Tom's going to change the shape of this vase very dramatically in this one heat because he's got that top nice and hot. Once he sees a little bit of movement in that material, sees it really start to buckle under its own weight, he'll increase the speed that he's turning, causing it to flare out from center, going from a pretty straight-walled vase to a nice trumpet-sized vase with a wide opening just like that. How beautiful is that? And then he points it down and it flutters. How beautiful is that, folks? What a lovely vase. Now we have a beautiful vase, but the process isn't quite over because we can't just leave this out on the table to cool because it would certainly just crack and break and fall apart. So instead, Tom carefully removes it from that punty with a small droplet of water, causing it to shock right there in that spot. He'll then hand it off to me, and with a light tap, it just pops right off. And then we'll whisk it away into our annealing oven. And this oven sits at 960 degrees, which is a great temperature to keep this vase at. It's hot enough that it won't crack or break, and not so hot that it'll melt in there. And then we'll cool this piece down slowly overnight, bringing it from 960 degrees down to room temperature. That's Tom, everybody. Now, folks, are there any questions out there I can answer for you all? Yeah. That's a great observation. All of these pieces up here are made out of color, but that vase there was an entirely clear one. If Tom wanted to add color to this, he would do it on the very first step. He would take his molten glass and roll it through this stuff here, which is called frit. And frit is just little crushed up pieces of concentrated glass color, and it goes on as easily as sprinkles on an ice cream cone. You roll it through the sprinkles, it gets stuck on there. And this frit is just glass with different metals in the glass, and all different metals will tint glass to different colors. So I've got copper blue in my hand, meaning a little bit of copper went into this recipe and turned it to this lovely light blue color. Were there other questions out there, folks? Hey, you got another one? Ooh, that's a great question. So there is a little camera behind this oven over here. Instead of having the GoPro Inferno, which is a special camera that doesn't actually exist yet, instead we get a regular camera and put it behind our oven, and there's a little window back there that the camera looks through, made out of a special type of glass called fused silica. So that was developed here in Corning in the 1930s. And it's used for a bunch of different things, like the windows of space shuttles, the back ends of reheating chambers. So we have one in our reheating chamber, but we don't have one in our melting furnace because we want to keep that melting furnace and all that molten glass as hot as we possibly can throughout the whole process. But with that, folks, I see a question up here, but I'm going to let you all go because I see some folks trickling out, and I know that there's lots to see and do here at the museum. If you want to come on down and ask your question, please do, but there's lots to see and do, so I don't want to hold you up, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for coming.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, teams, we are back in the Corning Museum of Glass Auditorium. It is going to be time for Alliance selections, Excelsior, and High Voltage. You guys know me. You know the scripts. You know how this goes. That is not what is about to happen. This is going to be super basic. I need 12-8-3-3 and 17-2-2-2. Front and center. I need a representative from Mechmelt and a representative from Proda. Mechmelt and Proda here, right at the line. And I'm going to ask for every other team to have somebody on deck. And I want to know Electric Mayhem Green. You guys should be ready for a decision if 2 gets pulled up to 1. So you guys need to be ready to pick somebody. What I'd like to do is have everybody from our teams, just one Alliance representative, because frankly, love you, we don't have the space. But one Alliance representative out here, and we're going to take Mechmelt, Frodo, you can come right under. We're going to stand just here. Come on in. And Mechmelt, Mechanical Meltdown. I need one representative up here. And we're looking for one representative from every team to be nearby. We're going to do this super loosey-goosey and just make it work. We're going to do a best 2 out of 3. Isaac, could you go get 2 of the trophies, please? Bring those in for us. We'll put them on the judging table here with Greg. And again, we're looking for a representative from each team just to be nearby. If you're watching on the live stream or you're new to how First Robotics works, our number one seeded captain, that's Mechanical Meltdown 12833, they're looking to form an alliance with a robot that would have some complementary gameplay, typically at an event where scouting, running numbers, looking for things like that. But I'm going to turn it over to Mech Melt. Mira's going to have the stick mic for them. And it's going to go something like Team 12833, Mechanical Meltdown would graciously invite so-and-so to partner with us in an alliance, and then the team that they invited can either accept or decline. Now, Excelsior, same rules apply. If you decline, you're done. So you probably want to accept, and we're going to play best 2 out of 3 out of here. And are you guys ready with some decisions? Awesome. All right, Mira, turn that microphone on, and Mechanical Meltdown, what would you like to do?
Team 12833 Mechanical Meltdown graciously invites Team 5356 TARDIS to join our alliance.
There you go. All right, and Isaac Moyer, TARDIS, what do you have to say?
Team 5356 TARDIS graciously accepts.
All right, come on over here. Come on right in. And our friend from Proto, what do you have to say?
Team Proto 17222 would like to graciously invite Team, sorry, phone turned off. 12736 Electric Mayhem Green.
Green, come on over.
Team 12736 gratefully accepts.
There you go. Excellent. Now, congratulations, you guys. You can get robots ready. You know what we're about to do. So go get prepped. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. This is a scrimmage. Friends, we've got 11 other teams in the room that we want to congratulate on a great day and point out everybody, except for our friends from Saints, from Binghamton, is going to be back in the room tomorrow. So we're doing this all over again from 10 to 4:30. We want to say thank you for watching, for attending. We've still got at least 2 more matches to play here on field, so we're going to invite you guys to that. If you're out on the live stream, again, we'll be with you in about 5 minutes, and we'll get this thing going. Best 2 out of 3 for this weekend's Saturday trophies. All right, alliance number 1 is on red. Alliance number 2 will be on blue throughout. So we've got Mechmelt and TARDIS is on the red alliance. We can cue you guys in. Proto and Mayhem. Excuse me, Proto and Mayhem on blue. Yeah, 1,000. That's a good point. A 1,000-point game is definitely in reach for Worlds when it goes to at least when it goes to finals, if nothing else. So once again, the lay of the land here: the Red Alliance needs to win out to win the day. They need to go from here 2-0. If Blue wins right now, our day is done, and we're all heading out the door with a thanks and see you tomorrow. We've got 4 on the floor. We're looking for initializations from our 4 teams. Looking good here on the Blue Alliance. Mechmelt, solid. TARDIS, how are we feeling? We're good. It's all vibes, TARDIS. It's all vibes. Want to say thank you once again to Judge Advisor Greg Dick from the Excelsior region for being a part of our day today. He's hosted teams through, on interviews. We've got our entire referee team, Darren and Garrett, Corey, Trung, Adam, Lisa, Ted here behind me, Olivia and Tyler in the background, our field resetters. We are so grateful for everybody's presence today. It's always those kids in purple, man, you know? Oh, I'm sorry. Is this thing on? I'm sorry. Oh, everybody on YouTube's like, why is he making fun? They're my team. It's my team. We're the problem. It's me. TARDIS, thumbs up. Beautiful. Love you guys so much. Awesome. Olivia, let's spin the field one more time for today. What are we looking at for randomization? All right. Same one. Piper was so eager to go. Thank you, Piper, and all of our field resetters. All right. One more thumbs up from the kids. One more thumbs up from the refs. Do or die for the Red Alliance. Blue wins out. You guys get the first ever FlexRex trophies. It's all on the line. Let's play this game in 3, 2, 1. Let's decode. Mira?
4 bots alive yet again. We've seen all of these bots all day have consistent autonomous and consistent shooting. TARDIS going to pick up some more artifacts from the loading zone. Shooting 2 more, making 1 in. Looks like we might be done for autonomous. Electric Mayhem Green makes 1 win in the last second.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, nice to see 4 bots alive as we start teleop red to blue. Now red again, red's got to live here, red's got to win here, to stay alive and force the tiebreaker, which frankly would be awesome. Takes us up a little bit more. TARDIS comes back to the human player zone. Looks like they're loaded with 3 balls that they put up and put down. Looks like somebody might crash that gate on the Red Alliance. Yes, they do. It's TARDIS, opens it up to dump it, as does Blue and Echo. Electric Mayhem goes there, puts up 3 into the Blue classifier, and clears their gate as well. Minute 22 to go, 81-64, advantage Red in the live score. Mira, over to you.
Mechanical Meltdown making another one of those beautiful 3 shots we've seen all day into the red goal. Proto making some close shots from the larger triangle. Looks like TARDIS is trying to earn their territory in the large triangle, pushing Electric Mayhem Green out of the way. Speaking of Electric Mayhem Green, they go over to completely empty the ramp and then pick up the artifacts as well.
45 seconds to play, 101-91. This is where we want to see a clean game. We know that fouls can pitch the complexion of one game over to the other. TARDIS is moving very slowly, talking to their human player. Wonder if they've got granny mode turned on here. It's one of their functions they use late in the game. Looks like their drive team has not been able to clear it. This could be the game because Blue is charging. Yes, Blue is crossed over now, 108 to 104. Can TARDIS recover? They are alive, but they've got now 14 seconds left with their partners, Mechanical Meltdown. Mech Melt on the near side goal. This could all come down to parking. We've got, 6 seconds to play. TARDIS looks, they've got one more wide out. 111 to 110. I love this game. We'll see what happens. Oh my goodness. Wow. So to my eyes, Mayhem is up on their kickstand. We've got partial here for Red, partial potentially full for Blue. This would be 15 to 10 points here. We'll let the referees see. We've got a more than full classification ramp for the Blue Alliance. You can put those right on the field, kiddo. We'll let the referees tabulate this. This is either going to be fouls or parking conditions, with Blue on the advantage on the park by 5 points. How clean of a game did we just play here in Eliminations 2? We'll have to see. Third reminder for coaches in the room, coaches, mentors, parents, do we have laptops? Do we have jackets? Do we have cell phones? We are not getting back in here tonight. If you need your robot tonight, then please make sure you take it. Looks like we've got a Corey coming into the field. How did we do with the game? Only one. Oh, hold on. We had 83 majors on Tina. 83 majors on, where is she? She's still here? Score issue, not penalty. Well, that's not going to help the issue. So Red Alliance just gave 15 more points to the Blue Alliance, who might be going home with some hardware at this point. Our first ever FLX trophies made by the Hot Glass team. Scott, I don't know if you can give me an alternate camera angle. I'm going to pick these up again and showcase just one of them. I'm not going to move if you can find me there with Mira here. So come close to me. There you go. So we'll leave these here for Scott for just 1 second. Scott up in the booth, one of our event planners and our tech lead here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Oh, there's nobody up there right now. I thought Scott was, oh no, he is up there. He's working. We'll let him cook. He's cooking. There we go. All right, and here comes the Zoom. So we want to say thank you to the Hot Glass team. There we go. Oh. All right, the Blue Alliance wins these trophies. Blue Alliance 157 to 124. Let's see, do the math on that. That would have been 142. So Blue won outright. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. And pretty good. They're eager for their hardware. Tina, why don't you come in? You can grab this one. We'll make it official. Mira, you can do one. You're on the planning team. We're going to go right into this, friends. And normally there's all sorts of, and here's what the judges had to say. Here's what today's judges have to say. Nice job. Excellent job to our Blue Alliance. Tina, Mira, honors please to Electric Mayhem Green and to the captain, Proda, with the first ever FlexRex trophies. Can you guys turn around right here? And we'll have you display those trophies. We'll get here with Nate. Come here with Dean, and I'll step in right here. Let's find your faces. Step over just a little bit, my friend. There you are. A 1, a 2, a 3. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Alliance number 2, today's FlexRex scrimmage winners. And again, thank you to the team here at the Corning Museum of Glass. Can we find the cushioning for those? Maybe teams see Mira. She's got packaging for those. All right. So that's going to do us. I think we're going to kill off the stream here. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you for watching. Thank you up in the balcony if you're a guest or visitor. We will leave this room in 29 minutes. That'll be a hard stop. So again, teams, if you want to do some repair or maintenance, honestly, we can leave the practice fields open for the next 29 minutes or so. We're going to go quiet on the mics. And the team social begins at 5:15 at Corning Painted Post High School at the east entrance on Asney Street. So we'll see you guys there. Thank you very much.